Go ahead and get started. I'll get going with the meeting reminders. If you are here in the meeting today, you may enter yourself into the chat. That way we can use that function to make a motion or make a comment. If you're on the WebEx, of course, you're going to be using the chat function to do those things. Also, when we get to the voting process, if you're on the WebEx, please make sure to unmute yourself as we approach your segment. Then return to the mute function after you have cast your vote. That will help us be a little more efficient with that balloting process. If you're here in the meeting today, please make sure to sign in so that we can actually capture you for the minutes. And then finally, if the WebEx ends for any reason, it will be a few moments and we will restart it back up. You should be able to log in with the same meeting information, or we will send something to the TAC listserv. And with that, I will make a final ask for those in the rooms to please take your seat. And then we can get started. Last call, guys. Thank you. All right, Caitlin, you're ready to go, if you're ready.
I'll wait for the giggling to stop. Okay. Thanks, Anne. Susie. I keep confusing you guys. I do know the difference between Susie and Anne. Thank you, Susie and Anne. Good morning. It's March 25th. It's our regular March TAC meeting. I think this will be our shortest meeting until July. We are in person today. Schedule's a little flexible. I think we'll take lunch around noon unless we're really on track to finish by 1 or so. Regardless, I have to step out from 12 to 12:30. So if we haven't taken a break for lunch, Martha will take over. And then I also have an item that I will yield the chair on. Other announcements on the agenda, we are going to take up RPG early around 10:30 as close, but after, so opposite of Price is Right rules. Alt reps and proxies today. Alt reps in the consumer segment, Garrett Kent has Brett Thompson. In the co-op segment, John Packard has Lucas Turner. In the IPM segment, Jeremy Carpenter has Amanda DeLeon. In the IPM segment, Resmi has Shane Thomas. In the IOU segment, Keith Nix has Rob Bevel. And in the municipal segment, David Key has Diana Coleman at 1:30 p.m. For proxies in the consumer segment, Nick Fehrenbach has given his proxy to Mark Dreyfus. In the IPM segment, Seth has given his proxy to Shane Thomas. In the IREP segment, Chris Hendricks has given his proxy to Bill Barnes. And also in the IREP segment, Jennifer Schmidt has given her proxy to Bill Barnes. So Bill Barnes is the most powerful man in the room. And theme of the month, we decided that we would rotate. So it is the rep's turn. It is the most powerful man in the room, Bill Barnes' turn to give us a theme of the month.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate the homework assignment. The reps took this very seriously. We caucused yesterday evening. When you discuss a very important issue and you caucus, you don't have a meeting. And so we caucused.
Okay.
And considering that we had our 100th BATS workshop yesterday in less than 90 days, feels like, and there's just so much going on. It's so much craziness happening right now. And it is March, so the theme of the month is March Madness. Yeah, exactly. See, you're all impressed. Proper use of the theme would be references to dunking on someone.
Okay.
Or a layup, or an air ball, so such and so forth. So
I like those.
March Madness. Thank you.
March Madness. Okay. I tried to assign the next month to the power marketers last month, but they all hid. So I took the hint, and April, the co-ops have agreed to do. Mike Wise looks surprised by that, but Blake.
I'd just like to say, Bill, I appreciate your thought there, and I think we're all going to have to jump through hoops to cover that today.
And then May is our many meeting month, and Beth has agreed that the consumers will do that. You didn't argue with me? And I've known you to speak your opinions when you have them, so I assumed it meant yes. All right, with that, we can get started. Antitrust is on the screen. Corey, would you like me to start doing the antitrust before I do meeting themes and announcements, or do we care?
I just want you to follow your heart, Caitlin.
I'm going to follow my heart into some basketball analogy that I don't know. Okay. To avoid raising concerns about antitrust liability, participants in ERCOT activities should refrain from proposing any action or measure that would exceed ERCOT's authority under federal or state law. And there's more information on the website. First agenda item after antitrust are meeting minutes. I don't believe we have any suggested edits or corrections, but Ned told me he did read them. So we are looking to approve the February 25th meeting minutes as presented. Can we put those on the combo ballot? Okay, let's do it. Now we are on to our meeting updates, where we provide an update on the board and PUC open meetings where ERCOT revision requests have been considered since the last meeting. We actually haven't had any revision requests considered since the last meeting. Is that right, Ann? Since February TAC. I'll note ERCOT has given batch load updates to the commissioners at open meetings, and then tomorrow's open meeting, we are expecting to hear some direction on the DRS NPRRs. And then, Harika, if you have any other news or updates from staff that you'd like to add here.
Yeah, again, I just have, announcements. In project 58777, reliability standard, I'm sure you are aware, ERCOT filed their final recommendations Monday, and staff will file its recommendation on April 10, and it will be taken up April 17 open meeting. So that's one thing. The other thing is tomorrow's open meeting, Commission will also take Rider 6 under project 59281. That's the survey regarding the data centers and crypto mining facilities, water and energy use. So there will be some public service announcement, exact days of the survey. And then we also opened a new project, 59550. It's the 25509 requires Commission to review offer caps every 5 years. So that project is open. If you have ideas for the scope, let me know. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments for Commission staff? Go ahead, Ned.
Harika, I just want to say I really appreciate on that last project the use of the word quinquennial. That was excellent choice. I fully applaud the.
All right. Okay. Next, we are on to review of revision request summaries, ERCOT market impact statements, and IMM opinions.
So we have 5 revision requests on the TAC agenda this month. nogr 281 will remain tabled, so I exclude that one from my comments. But for reasons for revision, all of them do fall under the general system process improvements. 1323 does have a 25 to 45K impact, and OBDRR-55 has a less than 5K impact. ERCOT does support approval of all of the revision requests and has provided positive market impact statements for all of them. No credit implications for any of the NPRRs, and IMM does support 1323 and has no opinion on the rest of them.
Okay. Any questions or comments here? All right. I don't see any. Next is Diana with the PRS report. I believe all of these voting items are unopposed, so go ahead and present the whole report, and then we will do our votes.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Diana Coleman with CPS Energy with the March PRS update. First item we have is from ERCOT 1275. This is replacing the definition of firm fuel supply service, qualifying pipeline with the definition that was recommended by TAC and NPRR 1169. On March 12th of 2025, we voted to recommend approval as submitted, and there was one opposing vote. And then on March 11th of 26, we voted unanimously to endorse and forward to TAC the April 9th PRS report and the February 25th IA. Secondly, we have 1313 also from ERCOT. This is changing the calculation of the initial standby cost for RMR resources. On February 11th, we voted unanimously to recommend approval as submitted. On March 11th, we voted unanimously to endorse and forward to TAC the February 11th PRS report and the December 16th IA for 1313. And then finally, we have 1323, also from ERCOT. This is reinserting protocol language regarding capping of the real-time MCPCs. On March 11th, we voted unanimously to grant urgency. We recommend approval as submitted and forward to TAC the February 24th IA with a recommended priority of 2026 and a rank of 4,800 with the cost of $25,000 to $45,000.
Okay. Any questions or comments on any of these NPRRs? All right, so we are looking to recommend approval of NPR 1275 as recommended by PRS in the March 11th PRS report. Recommend approval of NPR 1313 as recommended by PRS in the March 11th PRS report, and recommend approval of NPR 1323 as recommended by PRS in the March 11th PRS report. Can we put these on the combo ballot? Slam dunk. Okay. All right, Diana, anything else from you? Okay. Now, I learned that I've not been saying the magic words. We are on to revision requests previously tabled at TAC. I'm going to yield the chair to Martha for OBDRR-55.
Can I use the microphone?
You can maybe use the microphone.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everybody. So next item on our list is OBDR-055, revisions to non-spin deployment and recall procedure for RTCB. We looked at this briefly for the first time last month. I know WMS took it up informally at their last meeting and asked WMWG to review it. As my understanding, it was on the WMWG agenda this past Monday, so 2 days ago. And since the OBDR was originally filed, there were some ERCOT comments also filed on 3/11 to address some of the comments that had been raised at the various meetings. So we can either hear from Blake or WG leadership on kind of where those last discussions stood, or have ERCOT review those comments. I'm fine either way. I guess I might actually see if, Luis, there's anything you want to add here about, the comments you just filed and the discussion that occurred on Monday.
Sure. Thank you. This is Luisa Hosse with ERCOT. So yes, we did take OBDRR to WMS and WMWG, and we did discuss the feedback that we had recently received from the market regarding the calculations that were in the OBDRR, and additionally a request to provide a little bit more clarity in the calculations to help the stakeholders understand how the trigger is fully calculated. So we did go and submit comments on March 11th to support both of those decisions, and that was at WMS. We additionally, after we submitted comments, took it to WMWG, provided the update, and we have not heard any additional feedback since then. And then we're here today to discuss a potential vote.
Okay. Thanks, Luis. Are there any questions for ERCOT about the comments they filed last week? Caitlin.
Can I be extremely annoying? Luis, is there a way we can pull up the presentation from WMWG?
Sure.
This is my fault. This is their ball.
And just to make sure, the WMWG did not have the full details as WMS did. I'm not sure what you're looking for.
Okay. I'm looking at slide 3 from the WMWG presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could explain for us the the graph there?
Sure. So this was using an example of January 28, 2026. There are three trends here. One is the trigger that is currently used as of RTC Go Live, which is the bluish purple color. And the proposed trigger is what is proposed in the OBDR, is it including the feedback that we received from market. So this is indicating two things. One, the trigger that we have currently does not account for AS plan, either over procurement or shortages in the AS plan. And that is why you see that the blue trigger never hits the red dotted zero line, the deployment line. Green is now indicating that we should have deployed offline non-spin around 6 a.m. On this day, we'd actually deployed around 7 a.m. Operators used other situational awareness tools and displays to determine that they needed the offline deployment. So green is just showing with the enhancements that we are suggesting to the trigger as we've reviewed and discussed at multiple meetings. This now shows that it being AS aware and energy aware that the system needed the offline deployment to get through the event.
Okay.
And the last trend I didn't mention was state of charge. The reason state of charge is up there is showing that because we are energy aware in this day, we did get down to 10% of energy left on the system on batteries. And that's one of the reasons for the enhancement to include energy awareness in this.
Okay, thanks for that. I was just a little bit late with comments. Thanks to ERCOT. I've talked to Nitika and Luisa about this, and you've done a good job explaining to the working groups. I am going to abstain. We think it's still a conservative trigger. We understand there's going to be more conversations about conservative operations, so I'm not going to vote no. But, we think this is sort of RTC should introduce more flexibility, and we think things like this, basing on SOC, kind of negate that flexibility that we could realize from RTC. But I appreciate all the work you guys have done on this.
Bill?
Thank you. Kind of related topic. I just wanted to make sure TAC members and stakeholders were aware that Reliant filed NPR 1326 to add ERCOT system aggregate state of charge to the ancillary service capacity monitor so that we all can be SOC aware. If ERCOT's going to be using this information more for AS deployments, we think it's important for the market to understand that information as well on an aggregate basis. So it's not disclosing any ESR-specific information. So be aware that will be coming to a stakeholder committee near you soon. Thanks.
Thank you for the public service announcement there. And we'll go back to Caitlin.
I just wanted to say thank you to Bill, and I won't be late to that party. I don't have a basketball analogy either. I've already spoken with him on that. So I appreciate, ERCOT's effort here and Bill coordinating with that, and we commit to working with him on that.
Are there other questions for ERCOT about the OBDRR at this point? Is anyone willing to make a motion to approve it with the ERCOT 311 comments so that we can vote on this today? Okay, thank you, Blake. Blake will move for approval of OBDRR 55 with the ERCOT 311 comments. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mike Wise. Is there any discussion on the motion before we vote? Okay, Corey, take it away.
We'll do.
Can we just put it on the? Well, no, we need to vote.
Yeah,
Caitlin indicated she wanted to abstain.
That's always a fly in the ointment. For completeness sake, this was mentioned on Ann's slide. The IA for OBDR 55 is less than 5K O&M, changed to EMS. So the official motion includes the March 11th comments and the February 17th less than 5K O&M IA. And on that vote, we will begin up with consumers with Mark Dreyfus.
Yes.
Thank you. And then Mark for Nick.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Reed.
Yes.
Thank you. Brett for Garrett.
Yes.
Thank you. Beth.
Yes.
Thank you. Will.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. On to our co-ops. Blake.
Yes.
Thank you. Kyle.
Yes.
Thank you. Mike Wise.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. Lucas for John.
Yes.
Thank you. On to our independent generators. Ned.
Yes, thanks, Corey.
Thanks, sir. Brian Sams.
In the words of Dick Vitale, dipsy-doo dunkaroo, living it up in Jam City, baby, which is a yes.
Thank you, sir. Bob Helton.
After that, I'd get nothing but net for trying to say anything. All right. Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Caitlin.
Abstain.
Thank you. On to our IPMs. Ian.
Yes. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Shane for Reshmi.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And then Shane for Seth.
Yes, again.
Thank you again. Amanda for Jeremy.
Yes.
Thank you. On to our IREBs. Bill, you want to shoot your three-pointer?
I really appreciate the broad participation in the theme of the month. Thank you all. I'm a yes, yes, and yes.
Thanks, sir. Jay?
Otherwise known as a three-pointer.
I'm a yes as well. Thank you.
That was my. Please watch the replay and see that I said three-pointer, and nobody laughed at mine. I'm not hurt. Let's go to IOUs. Martha?
Yes.
We can go to instant replay. Ebby?
Yes.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Rob for Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. On to the munis. David?
Yes.
Thank you. Alicia?
Yes.
Thank you. Jose?
Yes.
Thank you. And Curtis?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Unopposed, one abstention. Thank you all.
Okay, Susie, are there magic words to get the chair back? Unyield it?
You just go ahead and take the chair.
Okay. I'm back. Okay. We are still on revision request. Previously tabled a TAC. nogr 281 can stay tabled, awaiting nprr 1307. We are now on to our TAC priority items. We are just sort of keeping tabs on everything we said we would do for June. This includes board priority items, things that the PUC wanted to be a priority, and things that ERCOT wants to be a priority. So the first three items are Keith, and let's start with DRRS.
Well, DRS, we do have our upcoming workshop on April 10th, and so there's obviously the discussion at the open meeting that happened tomorrow for the staff memo. We do look forward to seeing what the commissioners have to say and what kind of guidance that may provide for the discussion that we intend to have on 1309 at the April 10th meeting. I think the other part that we had discussed at the last workshop was the ancillary service demand curves. We've been collaborating with the IMM to the extent that the collaboration goes only so far. We'll see, but I do think that, at least from ERCOT's perspective, we do think that we'd have ASDCs available for discussion at the April 10th meeting. So we'll see how that goes, but we expect that there's going to be some good discussion for that workshop. Any questions on that one?
Go ahead, Bob.
I'm just messing with Keith.
Thanks, Bob.
That's a foul.
All right. Moving on to NPR 1315. There is a workshop for this Friday. It'll be here at the Met. We will be talking about the need for the NPR. We have received some comments from a handful of folks. Our expectation is that we'll discuss those comments at that time at the workshop. And we do appreciate the comments. I will note that it's always nice to have things in advance so that we can prepare some thoughts on that in advance of the discussion. So we do look forward to a fruitful discussion on Friday. And then the final item is to discuss ERS enhancements. I did talk about this at the last meeting. I think this time we want to take a timeout and wait for the CRA report that we've been working on with them. They've been working on, but we've been engaged throughout that process. That report is presently in a draft form, but is expected and fully expected to be available for the April board meeting as we intended. And so we definitely want to wait till that comes out. They do touch on ERS, not surprisingly, and I think it'd be helpful, given some of the feedback we had, to wait for that. The only other point with regards to ERS, I think we did talk about a locational aspect to that potentially. I think that one, we're going to leave that one sitting on the bench and move forward without that at this time anyway. So that's the update on the 3 items that I have, and happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
So on the ERS, you just said the locational aspect won't be part of...
Correct. We've decided not to pursue that at this time.
Okay. Can you tell us what will be part of it?
So the ERS discussion that we talked about it last time, there's the pre-deployment, the price responsiveness. That is something that we are still considering very significantly. I know Mark and his team are evaluating ways to address that as we speak, and so that's something that we do plan to discuss. But again, we're waiting on the report, which will be out in the coming weeks.
Okay. Christy, which of Mark's or Keith's items is your question on?
It's a summary of all, or a question around all. So I'd like to go through and replay Keith's notes where he says, it's always nice to have information in advance so that we can prepare for fruitful discussion. And I couldn't agree more. And I would just strongly encourage ERCOT to take those own words of their advice to heart with all of the meetings, and they're heavy meetings that we've had lately, all of the batch, the C4Cs, all these other workshops that are huge priority items for ERCOT and stakeholders. To have information coming out from ERCOT the morning of or midnight the night before a meeting is not helpful. I mean, having any materials obviously is helpful, but we too, as folks who watch this market, stakeholders in the market, really need information in advance. So as much as it helps ERCOT to have that information in advance, it also helps stakeholders in order to have fruitful discussions. I get that we're on super tight timelines, but these are ERCOT's timelines. And so I would just strongly encourage you to start making stronger efforts to get information out farther in advance. That's all.
All right. Thank you. We'll note that, and I'll make sure I talk to the team about that. Thanks.
Thanks, Christy. Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Keith, I heard you say that the ERS study being conducted by CRA will be available for the April board meeting. Can you kind of walk me through the timeline for receipt and review of that study and how that's going to be processed?
So our intent is to have that material available with the board material, which is posted a week in advance of the board meeting. And so it will be a part of the set of material that's presented to the board. And so that will be roughly around the 10th or so, I would imagine that material would be available. I don't have the exact date, but there'll be a week before the board meeting that material will be made available.
Would you remind us of the full scope of the CRA study?
So the scope of the study is to evaluate to perform a high-level view of all the different demand response programs that are either operated by ERCOT or interact with the ERCOT market, to do an evaluation of those different programs, to consider What are some lessons learned that some of the other regional markets and their demand response programs, and how could we potentially learn from some of those programs in some cases? And in some cases, it's hard to make the connection, but to the extent that there are connections to be made, to be able to make those connections. And then finally, to see if they have any independent recommendations on potential enhancements or improvements.
And what are you expecting to get back from the board on the April 1st discussion, or the April discussion?
So I think when we think of, there's sort of a high-level consideration here, which is when we think of the changes in our system, particularly the integration of more loads, when we think about where we may be, and we'll learn more about this with our reliability standard assessment, but demand response as a resource, as a part of that set, and what strategically we can think about in terms of demand response and helping us address future needs. Now, ultimately, we're not expecting any specific direction from the board at this meeting, but I believe we are setting up some of the discussions for some future discussions on this as a resource.
Well, just for the record, I think you know it is my long-standing position that we are the technical advisors to the board, and it makes more sense to bring things like that here first rather than to bring them to the board and then have the board direct them back down. But you will do what you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Ned?
Just since we won't have the opportunity to have that discussion before it goes to the board, general feedback that I'd like to offer is that demand response that is responding to the same market signals that other resources in the market are responding to are always going to be the most efficient and effective in the market structure that we have. So I don't know if that's going to be addressed in the study or not, but that would be one of the principles that I would just want to highlight and would certainly appreciate if that's included in the presentation to the board.
Well, thank you for your comments. I'm trying to think if it is or it isn't, but I appreciate your comments on that. Thanks.
I'd be happy to talk offline. Thanks.
Mike?
Yeah, I was just going to try to play referee and call a technical foul. Actually, spoke exactly what I was going to say. Is I really think this should come before us first, and I'd sure like to have a review of it here at this committee or at this forum, as I think the board could really appreciate our intellectual view and review of this information, because as you know, CRA and other Brattle groups. Many times when they come out with a report, it needs to be filtered. And sending a report unfiltered to the board, to me, could set us back. And I hate doing that. So I'd really love to see it here at TAC before it went to the board. But as I say, I guess it's too late. But if it's not too late, if we could do something, that would be very good. So that's my input, from the cheap seats.
Thanks, Mike.
Ian?
No surprise, I'm going to agree with what's been said. Historically, over the past 10 years of doing this, we've generally taken technical ideas from the ground up and brought them to a coherent thought before taking them both to TAC and the board. So again, like my co-TAC members believe TAC is a great place to develop thoughts before taking them to the board. The other thing that I have, I just need to say on DR is, hello?
Leave it. Leave it.
You are? Okay. The other thing I have to say on DR is, if DR does not work with market forces, you are creating a larger problem down the road than we have now. Every time we take out of market activities and erode price formation, those things that you were trying to do exacerbate the problem farther down the road.
I do want to just a quick response here. I think there's there's a difference between a strategic discussion and a tactical discussion. And I think some of the comments are more tactical than strategic from my perspective. Because to use Ian, your example is the higher level question is DR even useful at all, right? And then if you say yes, we think it's important, then I think what you're saying is okay, but this is how you might want to incorporate it in, right? I think there's a level of tactics versus strategy.
I think though that without a conversation that allows stakeholders to round out that conversation. That conversation can be presented to the board one-sided or without full opportunity for the board to fully understand what they're being asked to decide on. So there could be a discussion on, is DR a good idea? And the way it's presented, the board says, yes, move quickly. But if the presentation was, is DR done correctly? Is DR needed? With a full understanding of the stakeholder body sending those ideas up, it could be yes, but we cannot do it until we can do it right. And I just think we're getting told to do a lot of things very fast because the conversations are not fully baked when they go, or not fully presented when they go to the board.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks.
Keith, would you be willing to sort of outline your plan a little bit more detail? So you don't have the study yet. You'll get the study. You'll take it to the board, ask the board for direction on an nprr or something that goes back through the stakeholder process. Is that right?
I don't believe we're asking them to take any specific NPR action as a result of that.
So you're just showing the study to show the study?
This is a strategic discussion we will have at the board in an open forum.
With no request planned so far?
Yes, there is no specific request that will come from the board as a result of this, specifically, right? We're not asking for some, either anything specifically on, let's say, a 1296 or an ERS or something like that. We're not explicitly requesting that at this time.
Okay. And the study would be complete before the April board and posted a week ahead with the rest of the materials or something?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, let's go to Ned.
Keith, can you help remind me, was the study scope that was given to CRA, is that posted somewhere where we can review that? At least that will help us understand what to expect when we see that study coming out, and then probably helps inform some of the feedback you're hearing today on, whether that's something we should anticipate, either putting in comments to the board about, or even public comment during that period, because clearly there's some strong opinions about how demand response is integrated into the market, and whether it is truly integrated or whether it's an out of market action that's interfering with the market, and that's, I think it's a very understandable concern for stakeholders to have, and we really just want to make sure that is represented, and I think that's in part because of the experience with the residential DR proposal, when how that originated with the board and then came to stakeholders, and we're still grappling with that, to put it succinctly.
So I think your first question was, is the scope posted somewhere? And I don't know off the top of my head, and Mark's sort of not sure either, I don't think. I don't recall. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's a problem sharing the scope of that, because ultimately that'll shape the report that you'll see anyway. So I think we can try and see if we can find a way to
share that.
Okay.
That would be helpful and appreciated.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you.
Beth.
Yeah, my initial question was pretty similar to the one that you asked, Caitlin, but I'll take it further and just let me share my vision, and I'd like your reaction to my vision, Keith. Let me say that. My vision is you're going to come to the board, you're going to say, hey, we did this study, and here's what it says. And then and the board will say, any questions or any action? No? All right, next item. Further, what's the point? You may not have a specific request in mind that the board is going to, sort of direct or ask to accomplish, but you got to have some reason or some expectation of some kind of direction or some sort of input that you're expecting from the board. And if you could share that with us, that would be helpful.
And that's why I kept using the word strategic, and I think taking that step back again, when you look at the resource challenges, particularly with load growth, when you look at the challenges potentially related to the reliability standard assessment, the view of the importance of an all of the above strategy, not tactics, but strategy in addressing the needs and meeting the needs of the system is important. And so I think when we think about what the presentation to the board might look like, sort of an emphasis of that and a discussion about how demand response is a part of that, and that exploring options for further enhancement is something that would be considered desirable for moving forward. I think that's really the discussion about the strategic needs of the report, and where the board may consider this as an important option for moving forward.
Are we good? Okay, Bill.
Thanks, Keith.
Bill's still in the queue. I just was making sure Beth was good. Okay, let's go to Bill. On this one, okay.
Thanks, Keith. We have continually providing an assist to ERCOT on the demand response piece. We think it's the effort here is kind of long overdue to do a comprehensive review of the demand response programs and identify where there are deficiencies and where we can improve and get more participation. Obviously, we think the residential demand response space is a big opportunity that needs attention. So we look forward to the report. I am curious if the report will also cover large load demand reduction, which we're aware that ERCOT is implementing some type of large load curtailment tool or system. Will that be part of the study?
So obviously there's a sense that there's the universe, right? And that is a part of the universe. But what we don't want to do is get ahead of the commission, right? And so we acknowledge that that is a piece of the puzzle. But the report doesn't go into, hey, here's the specifics on how you need to do it. It just acknowledges that here is a piece that can be a part of that solution.
Thanks.
Eric?
Eric Goff on behalf of Goff Policy. The distinction between strategy and tactics, is that how you determine what you bring to TAC, as if it's strategic or tactical?
Or is it a basketball reference?
Well, I am concerned about just dribbling out information to the board. But
not necessarily, but I do think in this case this is a very strategic point, and I think a lot of the points have been raised are maybe a little more tactical.
So what's the distinction? I understand the distinction, the meaning of the words, but when people want to offer their thoughts about demand response programs, how is that not strategic and how is it tactical? And also, why does it matter about whether it's strategic or tactical in terms of whether you present it to TAC?
I think in this case, the ask, and this gets to, I think, Beth's question, is the ask is not a tactical necessarily, right? We're not asking the board to say, and maybe getting to Ned's point of, okay, should we have a demand response program that is designed in a particular way to impact prices in a certain way or not? Mm-hmm. That is not the question to the board. That is a very technical question that needs to be assessed throughout the stakeholder process. That seems to make a lot of sense. And we've been doing that in the various discussions that we've been having. But this discussion is an evaluation of the range of different programs that we have. What are the strategic opportunities that may exist to address challenges, and does the board find that something important or not?
So that's not appropriate to ask TAC? I'm sorry to dig in on this, but I just think it's important.
I'm not saying it's not important, but I think the question that is coming up is it required?
Well, that gets to the heart of the matter, because what makes the stakeholder process work is when we collaborate, even if it's not required. And, for example, we're voting on an RPG report later today where the only vote that matters is the board. And we offer advice. That's the role of TAC. I think on all questions related to the operations of the ERCOT markets, and in some cases, the operations of ERCOT. So I appreciate that there could have been, maybe the answer is it's a timing issue. The report was available to be given to the ERCOT board, and that's why it's going to them first, given that we anticipated it would be done in January. But if that's the case, I'd much rather hear that than trying to draw distinctions between strategic and tactical that could set a tone for future conversations between ERCOT staff and ERCOT stakeholders, that I'd rather not create these distinctions.
Here, here.
Thank you.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I was going to be quiet. And I don't want to get into Webster's dictionary. What hit me was when you said the words, is it required? That rubbed me. Because what that does when you go off of that kind of mindset and strategy going forward, you're saying, I'm not going to bring anything here unless it's absolutely required. And what that does is that sets up a scenario to where we have an adverse situation that develops into the future, a lack of trust that develops over the future, and we end up fighting all this stuff out either over at the board through comments, or we fight them over at the commission. And that's not where we want to be, and I'm pretty sure it's not where you want to be. So I was a little surprised at that, and I just wanted to bring that out, that I hope that we're all going to be trying to work together, whether it's necessary, required, or not, to get to the right answers. It's going to be to the benefit of this market and to the consumers that Beth represents. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Go ahead, Mark. I'm thinking about saying something myself, but go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a big picture question here, and my teammate Ned brought this up a little bit. And the big picture question is, can we meet the reliability and adequacy objectives of the interconnect by incorporating demand response in its many facets into our markets? That is a strategic question that is ripe to be discussed by this group in its collaboration with ERCOT, and I would argue that nobody is in a better position than this group in its collaboration with ERCOT to discuss that strategic question. The board is not in a position to discuss that strategic question, and if the strategic discussion is between the board and ERCOT staff, we will not get the best outcome. I think we've seen that recently in the residential demand response program, where apologies to Triple Threat Bill, that did not come out the way it should have come out. So if you've watched these meetings for the last few months, you've seen that I have been very attentive to a couple of little slights to the collaborative process, and I am on alert for that. I think I don't want to see any more of those slights, and I don't know. I think we should be discussing strategic issues. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Ian.
Thanks. One other thing to point out is, as I look at the problem facing ERCOT over the next 5 to 10 years, it is the mismatch of desired load and promised generation. And having sat formerly in a shop that built generation, regulatory risk is a big discount factor in that. And historically, the ERCOT stakeholder process in Texas's view of being open for business was a differentiator when looking at ERCOT versus the rest of the country. As things are moved past the stakeholder body, that regulatory risk increases and therefore decreases your future cash flow views of your power plants. I think we all realize that if all these data centers are coming, we need more generation. And I think that increasing the forwards already tell you not to build, and another reason is not needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Beth?
Yeah, let me, rather than, you know, we've certainly got our panties in a twist over the sequencing of events here. And maybe we've become too focused on the board meeting and this report going there, and nobody has asked, so I will ask, what's ERCOT's plan after the board meeting and the presentation of this report? What's the next step that y'all are thinking of? And maybe that would be helpful to this group here.
Yeah, so I think this is a great question, and thank you for and I'll use a baseball analogy, the softball, is that yes.
The layup, Keith. The layup.
I'm a baseball. Hey, we're spring training right now, so the plan is that yes, we want to start with the board, but we understand there's going to be discussions after that. My sense is that there's the potential for a discussion even at the PUC to discuss the report and to also have that discussion in the stakeholder process as well. So yes, I think the report is going to have a wide dissemination. It just so happens that the first place is going to be at the board. But I'm not expecting to have a specific NPR come out other than, yes, it's really, to the extent that maybe the board doesn't think that DR is important. Great. They don't think strategically is important. My sense is the argument is that it is a piece that's strategically important, and then have those discussions. And then from that, we would expect to have, okay, well, what NPRs might be things that would come out of this? If you think this is important, should we consider this in various ways? That's the dialogue we're expecting to come out of this.
I'm choosing to, and Eric gave us a great suggestion, and it would have been great if you'd honed in on it, which was, I'm choosing to live in a world where it's a timing issue, the board is the first place up, and we will have our ability to fully vet and discuss anything that comes out of that discussion. Not that I'm expecting much from the board, and so the real meat of the discussion will happen here. So that's if that's helpful to anybody, or if that's just my own little private world I'm living in. That's how I'm choosing to think about this.
And just to follow up, yes, I think that's the vision, is that we're going to have, there are likely to be things coming out in the DR space afterwards at some point. And those things will bubble up eventually to the board, the PUC, et cetera.
I think the point I'd like to make is that hopefully I think we're saying it in not the nicest way, but we want to be a partner. I think even if stakeholder input isn't required, it is valuable. So getting input into what is being studied, I think, saves time and money, and you don't have just a report that says demand response is good, right? I think that the stakeholder input at the beginning can be of value, and we're offering to be of as much value as ERCOT will let us be.
I appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Okay. Alicia?
I'm just going to comment on that as well. I think we feel like the game has been forfeited and we've all shown up and want to play. But my other question is, will the IMM be commenting on this? Is that a part of the plan for the board?
If they should so choose, that we're not anticipating having them comment at the board directly. We expect to, like I said, it's a high-level discussion. To the extent that the IMM would like to make it as part of their discussion, they can do as they choose.
Okay. Any last comments for
Jeff,
Keith?
I can comment on that if you like.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry for not getting in the queue, but I couldn't figure that out in time.
It's okay.
So I didn't have any intention of commenting at the board this time, and I do appreciate the discussion about, going through the process, the distinction between strategic and tactical, and what the overall general process is for getting stakeholder input prior to going to the board and so forth. And just listening to that discussion, it was helpful to me to sort of understand the context of what's going on here. And I also want to say I appreciate the position that ERCOT's in, where they feel they need to expedite progress on certain things, and so making a distinction and being able to talk with the board, not in a decision context, but in an informational context, could be helpful maybe prior to getting stakeholder input. Having said all that, this I'm generally speaking, in order to speak with the board, I would need to have probably some more depth on what conversations have been going on, what's motivating these things, and that I would get from the stakeholder process. And obviously, as you found over the last couple of years, we're trying to make sure we provide our comments in the stakeholder process earlier, so that they can be talked about and considered. So I could, talk with Keith and others at ERCOT about this some more and make comments at the board, but I actually kind of think it's a little premature because we haven't had a broader conversation in the stakeholder process about this issue. It seems premature for me to offer comments at the board. But again, I guess I wouldn't find that I wouldn't let that prohibit me from doing it. I just, with this particular issue, I don't think we've talked about it enough for me to have more detailed comments. My general comments, I think everyone could guess what my general comments would be regarding out-of-market demand response. Aside from that, I don't have any plan to comment at the board, but I certainly would, once we got through the stakeholder process and whatever plan gets approved and forwarded to the board, then I would absolutely be happy to speak to the board on the IMM's position on that. And I hope that's hopeful. The takeaway is that it is a process issue, and I'm not generally bound by process that way. But in this particular case, I don't know that this issue has been vetted enough. And I think if the stakeholders want to talk about their process issues at the board on this issue, that might be okay. But otherwise, it's premature for me to have a position that I would want to take up the board's time with. So I hope that's helpful, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Anything else for Keith? Okay. We can move to the batch study update with Matt Marinus. Alicia, your comment's done, right? Thank you.
All right, good morning, Matt Marinus. Thanks for having me. And Bill, it has felt like 100 games, you're right. So quick outline, I can make this a 20-minute presentation. I'll try to give you the 5-minute version, seeing that you're behind, but I'm happy to slow down and back the train up. Scope and timing of what the working, what do we call these things, workshops are dealing with. The parallel PUC activities, we have some things that are kind of interrelated to connect the dots for y'all. a summary of the stakeholder feedback to date, and then the options for controllable load resource and bring your own gen in this process. This is my bracket. So our bracket on the left is the idea. On the left is the bad bracket. On the right is the happy bracket. The idea is we have a load pocket with lots of loads coming in. As they individually study, it looks good. You put them all together, they don't work. And so it's the idea of how to study everything together on the right in a batch process. That is what we're trying to move to. The idea is a batch zero is the first time you do that. We have to make up for the delays in the past of doing this and getting ahead of the game. So what we've done is we've filed the NPR and the PIGR. The PIGR is very small right now. The PIGR is big. The NPR is small. That may change because as we try to introduce bring your own gen or CLR or other things, that NPR, that protocol footprint may grow. Those additional clarifications on CLR and BYOG is what we're targeting first week of April. And then out of scope is long-term batch, just for the workshops. We can't talk about everything right now. And this is the swarm of meetings to get to the June 1st board. Just to draw your eyes kind of where we are right now is as we enter into April, we have a couple more workshops and then we transition into ROSs. So from here on out into May, we have weekly meetings on this stuff. So it's brutal. These are 9:30 to 4:30 each day with 400 people, 75 in the room, 300 online, questions all the time. I'll try to give the essence of what problems we're trying to solve here in a minute. We're reminding people, because not everyone's been in this process forever. The players in this are not the wires companies and the generators. It's a lot of other people. So we're reminding them of the PIGR and the NPR comment and the governance process, if you will. In terms of the workshop discussion that was here yesterday, I'm looking around the table. About half of y'all were here. The other half were not. Thank you for those of you that can attend. My apologies for those of you that are going to have to vote on this in a month. It's hard stuff. So hopefully you have representatives within your segments to keep on top of this. What we did talk about is the PIGR and NPR evolution. What we're doing is red lines at each meeting of what has changed since the last meeting from an ERCOT perspective. We got the NPR and the PIGR comments received. Were 21 sets of comments from companies that came in. And then we talked about the CLR BYOG. I'll give you a sneak peek at that. The PUC, there's a big thing at the PUC right now, which is there's a lot of big things there. One of them is for us, the batch process, is 58481, says for the large load interconnection standards, what kind of capital do you need to bring to the table, securitization, land control? What qualifies you to see if you're a real large load? That's a hard question to ask. Are you moving dirt around? Are you securitizing? Have you paid your kayak for the substation? So they have updated that with filing on March 12th. I'm not going to unpack that. But things like the $100,000 a megawatt became $50,000 a megawatt. And so there's pieces of this that as we go through the NPR evolution itself, we're replicating 58481 as proposed into protocols. Even as that moves around, it may move around in the protocol. But there is this point at which 58481 may not be approved yet, but whether or not there's a fork in the road, I think is, Barksteel's always sitting right over there. There's a fork in the road to say, well, based on where 58481 is at, what should we put in for batch zero? So at that point, there may be a splintering off of firming that up, even though it won't be the forever values. So in terms of the people, this is actually a good representation. This gives you a feel of the types of companies that are there. Again, it's different people than you've seen in the past. Who's been filing single or multiple sets of comments. The way that the themes of what's coming in is this treatment of advanced or legacy projects. It's a project that's been going. They've had a spot in the queue for 3 years. Are they going to be eligible to be in the baseline moving forward? Are they eligible for batch, or are they on the sideline? So those eligibility criteria is where we've had most of the comments around. The framework and fairness, what are the cutoff deadlines? Everyone wants to move those dates around. If we make it happy and easy for everyone, then we're going to overload the system, and we really haven't done our job protecting is the wrong word. Looking at the trade-offs of the right timelines to get the right loads in. It's a really hard question to ask, to answer. And then the financial requirements are mostly tied to the PUC, and then just the governance and implementation of how these things go. I did put in the appendix 4 slides that show quantity by issues by section. So section, Planning Guide 9.2 had 21 sets of comments against this piece or that piece. So you can go back and read that if you want to. So here's the stretch goal. When the commission weighed in on this and said, take this through the stakeholder process, batch 0 is job 1. Job 2 is equally important if you can get it, which is how to make accommodations for the controllable load resources or flexibility in this realm, as well as bring your own gen. We need more generation in ERCOT for the data center. So create a pairing construct to get that in. So what we've taken to the task force is the idea that a CLR is something that we think we have a handle on. So it's a yes, no, or maybe. So we have maybes and no's right now. So the yeses or the maybes are a traditional CLR, but this is important. This is not a Bitcoin CLR. They can go up and down and all around based on money. This is a CLR that would have a transmission constraint piece in SCED that would keep it under any congestion in the area. So the idea is they can come in on a planning scenario and only withdraw 100, but if there's no congestion, they could consume up to 500. So the idea is use the network if it's there. If it's not, SCED's going to bounce you down. So there's that CLR construct. People have said, can we pair a CLR with a battery and make it kind of look like one? And the answer is no, but you can. And then there's the BYOG, which is a self-limiting bring your own generator. So I have a picture for each of these. I won't unpack this because we'll be here too long. But just kind of the example below is if you want to build a 1,000 megawatt data center, your load ramp is 150, 300, 500, 700. But in the study, ERCOT can only give you 100 megawatts for the first 2 years, 300 for the next 2, and then the network's been upgraded, you get 1,000. So could you be a controllable load in this realm and operate in that range? Again, we don't know how this would work, but you can have a battery, diesel, something big behind the fence that's not connected to ERCOT that can be your own thing. You could use this load and backfeed it from that thing as a controllable load. Again, we're not going to call that, but that's different from a registered resource. So this is definitions matter. Again, I don't want to spend time on this. This is the one that's getting the attention. If I'm a load and I bring generation, can I connect now? And in year 3, can I be at 1,000 megawatts but self-limit to where only 100 goes out the gate? So the idea is how to make rules around that. The nice part is this self-limiting concept is already in protocols, as is CLR. So the CLR, we can massage those and kind of clone it and make it a batch type CLR. Similarly, for this BYOG, we can clone the self-limiting that was defined in 1026 and make it for load also. So those are the directions we're headed. There's been this netted network concept. ERCOT's not opposed to a netted network. We just haven't made it far enough along the way, and it doesn't change the batch allocation methodology. It still is a network of stuff, and really the netted network just helps you get ancillary services out of that thing. But steel in the ground, it doesn't change in the study. So that's why I've kind of set that aside. Again, we have days to get to board approval, not months, so we're trying to keep things simple. And then through discussions with the stakeholders, as we laid out the self-limiting facility, they said, well, if you've overbuilt your gen and you have a load, aren't you G-1 secure? So we scratched our heads and said, yes, maybe you are. Maybe this can be some sort of pun. So we're trying to stretch into that if we can. If we need to fall back into the self-limiting, maybe that's where we land. We'd like to get something rather than nothing. But again, we're looking at these options right now. So again, we're on a 6-day turnaround to the next workshop, and then it's a quick whip into April and weekly meetings to that point. So are there any? So let me summarize it this way. A lot of collaboration and work. There's a lot of comments that have come in. The friction is now going to be to try to find D dates and to get to D votes, and that'll be just in time for ROS, so we'll get the first bite of the apple on that probably in late April. So if there are any questions, go for it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's take questions. Ken?
Hey, Matt, good job again. And long day yesterday. A lot of work went into that, and a lot of discussion back and forth. You're doing a great job. Can you go back to your slide 8?
Yes. Didn't realize I had that many slides. Yes.
Yeah. Down on, I know you got the financial security on the intermediate agreement requirements of 50,000 per megawatt. doesn't that also apply in later on? It's not just intermediate. We have financial security of $50,000 per megawatt, and we have an interconnect fee of $50,000 per megawatt. Is that correct?
Evan, if you want to try to answer. I'd like to defer questions like that. That's 58481 question and workshop question. Sorry. I see Evan Rowe is ambling up to the table if he has a thumbs up or thumbs down to answer it.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, upon signing the interconnection agreement, the financial security becomes a fee, and it's the same $50,000.
Right. So I just want to make people aware. I think people are mixing up the two 50,000. There's two separate ones.
Yeah.
It's not one. It's two.
Good point. 50,000 plus 50,000, depending on the. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Got
Just
it.
want to clarify.
Interconnection fee.
Doesn't it roll, or are they separate? That's the question.
All right, evidently there's disagreement. I will tell you, it's on the ERCOT side, it's our belief that at the signing of the interconnection agreement, these financial security, $50,000 becomes the interconnection fee. So it's one. But we can work that out. Of course, I guess best of all, it's going to have to get worked out at the Public Utility Commission.
Yeah, that's commission rule progress.
Yeah, it's very fuzzy in the rule. Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah, sorry, Ken. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay. Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin Hansen, Varengee. The other aspect of all this is Project 58484, which is the 4CP project, which will not be complete till the end of this year. We still don't know from that if you have to pay for the driveway only or the road also. So it's a possibility. You got a gigawatt project, which again will get clarity later on, but you could be paying $50 million, and then you're paying for $1 billion RBG project. And that needs to be clarified, and we will not know the answer to that question until Batch Zero is completed. So theoretically, we could approve 100 gigawatts of large loads, and all of a sudden each of them responsible for $150 billion, and they can't afford it, and we're canceling all these projects. So it's a huge risk to the entire process.
Would rather have that than to have to pay for stuff on the residential side. But.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin. Blake?
Blake Holt, LCRA. Matt, you touched on this a bit yesterday, but received 21 sets of comments. ERCOT plans to produce a matrix or spreadsheet of those comments. I'm curious, as we start looking at the amount of meetings that are left before a vote, what are y'all's plans to get to a single revision request?
Yeah, we didn't lay that out yesterday very well. The idea is to share our thoughts of the process on Monday's meeting, and then later in the week, ERCOT would then file its comments as kind of that counter proposal of see if this meets in the middle. So that would be late next week.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Bill?
Thanks, Matt. I just wanted to kind of take a moment to acknowledge how much work is being done. This is truly incredible amount of work from the ERCOT team. And for those of us that are looking at these transactions, not only in ERCOT but elsewhere in the U.S., I can tell you that you guys are being seen, like you're being recognized as the ISO that's turning the aircraft carrier better than other markets. And I think that's also why when Bob Whitmire provides his report on the status of the interconnection queue, like they keep on coming because we're doing a good job of adapting the rules in a very complicated power market that is difficult to do. So I want to make sure that your team's acknowledged and everyone that's working on this stuff. It's truly incredible.
Thanks, Coach.
And I do, so I 2 Batch Zero workshops left. I'm looking at slide 18. Monday, do you have any sense on what the focus is going to be? Are we also going to have a portion of time dedicated to the BYOG CLR concepts again? I think digesting that really good slide that has Pun Plus on it and the self-limiting facility, slide 17, more feedback on how we could potentially improve some of those configurations for batch 0 and beyond. What should we expect for Monday, I guess is my question.
First and foremost is the comments on batch 0 itself. Second will be, we think we have the CR language in drafty form, or at least bullet points of what we think the CLR looks like. And then the thing would be for us is to come back with what we think is the most viable BYOG configuration or configurations that we can support to try and develop rules.
For batch 0.
For batch 0, yes.
Okay. And then you have an April 8th deadline to file the revision requests. Should we expect NPR and planning guide revisions, operating guides, and those will be formally filed with a number, not like posted on the April 9th workshop as in draft form?
At the risk of creating confusion, we think it may be better to file those as comments to it. So the existing NPR, yes.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a pivot, and we're still working with legal on what's the easiest, it's actually what's the most efficient way to keep everything, or do we spin up a whole other realm of language that we have to reconcile between two sets? So do we just keep it as this comment set?
Okay. Great, thanks.
But, I'm sorry. So 4.8, yes, is a deadline for getting the CLR language out. BYOG may need another week after that.
Okay. Mike.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple comments and a question. First comment, I have to agree with Kevin Hansen. We can't, as a whole body of ERCOT, we can't wait for the shot at the buzzer for the cost allocation to be decided on network transmission costs by these large loads. It is an absolutely critical component of all of our load-serving entities that are working with these large loads. I don't know who that comment goes to, but we have to have the cost allocation process defined. And it's got to be done earlier rather than later, like I said. Second comment, I agree with Bill Barnes. ERCOT has taken on a huge task, and they're doing a great job. So I encourage them to continue the process and keep plugging along. Although it feels like you're 20 points behind, you're going to catch up, and we're going to win this one. My question is, and for Matt, and I haven't been involved in the workshops, so I don't expect you to give me a detailed answer. I just want to make sure that it's being covered. You know, when you look at the reliability impacts of the bring your own generation, fully appreciate these large loads bringing this generation. Is ERCOT dealing with the potential reliability implications of a large load, let's say 1,000 megawatts, and they have their generation, and suddenly that 1,000 megawatts of generation drops offline? Is ERCOT going to have a requirement that that generation be tied to, let's say, a relay that opens up to make sure that the load is not pulling anything from the grid? I just want to be comforted knowing that ERCOT's dealing with the issue and that we're not creating a potential cascading reliability problem by allowing this behind-the-meter generation without understanding the reliability implications. So help me there.
Big question. So now in terms of the batch, we're not solving the risk of a very large load tripping offline. That's a risk, single contingency type thing. There's other protocols around that. But on the self-limiting facility, ERCOT was talking about the top right there. If this is a 1,000 megawatt load and they're only allowed in the study up to 100 megawatts reliably, is whether or not then we would require them to have a reverse power relay in to where if the gen trips offline, the load drops offline. I didn't say trip, I said drop, so I don't know how they manage it down, but the idea is to then protect and back off. The self-limiting facility right now is an after-the-fact compliance thing. We can't have that on a 138 in the middle of nowhere. It'll smoke the line. So we're talking about relays and stuff to protect the system from that. This is just like the work group. Questions just keep coming.
I'm not going to cut him off, though. Not yet.
I do. No. I do.
Well,
there are ways.
You're much
brief
better
and
at this
amazing,
than I am.
and shot clocks and things like that.
I think I got too many ideas about basketball references, and then my head exploded. But I did get the shot clock one. Okay, let's go to John Russ Hubbard.
John Russ Hubbard with TIEC. This kind of goes back to some of Bill's questions. I know ERCOT's planning to draft the CLR language. Is ERCOT similarly planning to draft the bring your own generation language?
Yes. Just probably won't have it for the 8th.
The following week, most likely.
Say again?
You mentioned previously the following week.
That's what I'm hoping, yes. This is aspirational as fast as we can. CLR, we have a handle on. BYOG, we haven't even nailed down which of these things we're going to look at. So I can't commit to that. What I am committing is to get it out soon enough that it could go to the board possibly. That is our plan. So April 8th was good form. After that, it just creates more of a mess the later it goes out.
Go to the board when? In June?
What's that?
Go to the board in June?
June 1, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have all these special PRS meetings. Remember, May is the real madness. But no, the plan is to try and get it out a week afterwards. I'm not trying to... Matt wants it out the week after, but it takes a village to actually get it out. We'll see how it goes. What we can't do is keep talking about other stuff, though. I mean, there's the whole off-ramps of, hey, you can do this, do that. Our purpose that Bill asked, or somebody asked, what's the purpose of the next meeting? It is nail down which BYOG option to pursue and then drive to protocol language as fast as we can. Hopefully 2 weeks, ERCOT can get that out.
Okay. I'm sure we can do that. Okay. Bharat?
Hey, can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Hey, so I was just commenting on the security. So I read it as $50,000 of security posted initially at the intermediate stage, and then that goes refundable at the interconnection stage for 58481. But again, I think going back to prior comments, I think it is batch 0 should have a detached security requirements and should not follow 58481 because it has more nuanced loads than just all the new loads that are defined in 58481 language. So that's it.
Okay. Chris Mattos?
With Google, even though we are heading towards the end game, whatever basketball reference you want to make for this one, you know, I am conscientious that this PIGR effectively takes away the interconnection process entirely by the end of it. So we get through the batch process, and then there's kind of a nothing there because we delete legacy sections 9.4 and 9.5. And so even though the work is reaching towards a final resolution here, you know, this is more for tax purview than it is anything else. The work is by no means over, and we will need to quickly again work through creating a continuous or some sort of interim interconnection process because, well, I hate interim. So we're going to need to work towards a continuous batching process very quickly because, you know, by ERCOT's own standards, we should start doing these every 6 months, and we can't just have the queue not exist for years.
Yeah, so I think what Chris has brought up is out of scope is the long-term batch after this. So it's like it's important to spin that up as quickly as possible afterwards.
Yes, and though there is no interconnection process once this is passed. So it is really two things.
Okay. Do you have an estimate, Matt, on when the perpetual batch?
Can I say things and not hold me to it? We would like to get the longer-term batch NPR into the stakeholders' hands by the end of the year. And I wish I had the batch process to show that the batch process, like the commitment timeline, isn't until, I don't know if it's February or March of next year. So this is end of 2026, knowing that we wouldn't need it until 2027. So I'm sorry, board approval by end of 2026.
Okay. Yeah.
For the
first time
permanent
you
batch.
said in the process by the end, but board approval by the end.
Yes.
Okay. We won't hold you to anything. Please don't hold us to anything either.
Yes.
All 3 NPRs to June is, that's a lot. We have other things. Mark Bruce?
Caitlin, this is Mark. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Mark Bruce on behalf of Amazon Web Services on this issue. I echo everything Bill Barnes said. Matt, you guys are doing some heavy lifting there, and I appreciate how responsive you are to stakeholder feedback as we go through this process. So keep doing that. That's very much appreciated. On Chris's question, I'm also curious about sort of the timing and the transition from batch 0 to batch 1 and beyond. And to his point, we may hit this point starting in June where someone wants to, get an interconnection request number and, they find themselves being in no man's land. The Pigger 115 process is dead. The batch 0 process is locked. The batch 1 process is not defined. And, you've got economic development activity going on out there and people have no idea where they are or what's happening. So I know your plate is full. I know that you got a big complicated thing in front of you racing to this June deadline, but taking a moment to think about what kind of communication can you make to the market at large for this interim period between the adoption of batch 0 rules and the stakeholder deliberation of the batch 1 rules. What's happening in there. I just call that to your attention as some form of clear communication to the market is probably advisable. And you don't have to speculate on that. I'm not holding you to anything. I'm just flagging it to say that the market is all ears on that issue, I think. And then the last thing, I just wanted to return quickly to the comments or questions by Kevin Hansen and Mike Wise. And if Barksdale is in the room or someone from commission staff is maybe actually the right person to address this. But I don't think anyone should be holding out any hope that there's some kind of clear revision to the methodology for the allocation of transmission costs anywhere along this batch 0 development and execution process. If my understanding is, let me just say what my understanding is, and then commission staff can correct me if I'm wrong, and we can all maybe have a better understanding. But the staff is performing a study, and the staff is submitting a report to the legislature, and the next real policy debate either happens like end of the year when the commission makes a recommendation to the legislature, or in 2027 when the legislature takes up the issue in the commission's report. But that commission project that's open now is not technically styled as a rulemaking, right? It's a reporting exercise, an information gathering and options evaluation exercise. Is there someone from the commission staff who can maybe square that up? Am I thinking about that correctly, about that timeline and that activity schedule?
Yes, Mark, I can address that. Harika for the commission staff. That project is the first step before the rulemaking. So we published the report, and there are very specific questions about if we have to allocate more cost to the large load. So really, we are expecting stakeholder feedback on that. But after that commission, that report, we received the comments, staff will make a recommendation, and after that it will be a rulemaking for the transmission cost allocation, and that rulemaking has to be done by December. It's not a report to legislature. We have to finish the rulemaking by December, and commission has to make the decision based on the report, do we change for CP or not? Is that clear?
Okay, so let me repeat that back and make sure I understand that, because that is different than my understanding. What you're telling me is it is the commission's goal to adopt a rule by the end of the year.
Correct. because it's in the statute. We have to do it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Are we good, Mark? All right, let's go to Ian.
Thank you. Just a couple things. Mike, wanted to let you, ERCOT did speak quite a bit on the relay protections. They did clearly state, though, that a RAS will not be accepted for that. So agree with everything Matt was saying, that is definitely being discussed, and agree with you. Matt, two things. One is highly encourage ERCOT to remind participants that this is batch 0 and not operations and not batches. I'm calling it batch N, the batches going forward. I think you guys are doing that, but please pull that lever as you guys see fit. And also a huge thank you for the lift for the CLR and BYOG concepts and having ERCOT write those. I think those are fantastic things to have in batch 0, and I am extremely appreciative that ERCOT staff was willing to write it and not just offer to the market to let it be if they wish to do it. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ian.
Okay, Eric.
Eric Goff on behalf of Texas Energy Buyers Alliance. I think that it could be useful for TAC to give some guidance about transmission planning, because there's a lot of back and forth in this group about what can be done and what kinds of reports and studies. So specifically what I'm talking about is the only way to add load through the batch process, or can the RPG plans that many utilities have filed based on large loads also interconnect those loads? And this is not just a narrow issue, because if the latter is true, then those loads can be approved much sooner. And this is something that TIBA is pushing for, but in response to TIBA and 5 to 10 other participants saying very similar things in the workshop, I think ERCOT thought they couldn't do that because the RPG doesn't approve loads according to the current perspective. And so if our objective is to reliably and also quickly interconnect large loads, this is something that seems like it could be a real opportunity to do, and I'd hate for it to get lost in the weeds. The other similar item is not related to transmission planning, but I just want to note it in the same comment, which is facilities where the utility believes you don't need transmission to interconnect the load. There are some of those, particularly those are some co-located facilities with generation, and in some cases transmission isn't necessary. And so TIBA has called for both of those to be approved sooner, in the alternative waiting until the middle or latter half of next year. I don't anticipate getting an answer right away on this, but I do want to elevate this issue because I think it's one of the top issues that's being discussed in that group, and I want to highlight it.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Ned?
I'll be succinct. First of all, echo all of the praise for the work that you and the team have done, Matt. I think I told you when you took up this mantle, you're a glutton for punishment, jumping out of the real-time co-optimization frying pan and into the batch fire. So hats off to you. Maybe take a knee at sports analogy. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking on the fly. I hadn't thought that one through. Time out. Yeah. So kind of dovetailing a little bit off of what Eric was saying at the end there, and also, Mark Bruce made I think a really important point about having, minimizing any gap in process for what comes after. I did want to highlight, this is something Vistra had in their Figure 145 comments, is the net metering arrangement subject to PUR 39169 will still have the timeline, the statutory timelines associated with those. And so it will be especially important to have a path to continue to process those, and that's one of the reasons why we recommended continuing to keep the legacy process open for them, unless and until the batch process is able to process those in a timeline that works for that statutory deadline. But, thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Ned. Any other questions for Matt? Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you
much.
Okay. We are going to change the agenda slightly and go ahead. It's way after 10:30. It's after 11, but we're going to move to our RPG projects.
Good morning. This is Prabhunya Amarakat. I have two RPG presentations today. Before I start, I just wanted to highlight that the presentation, this one here, the Southern DFW, it's been updated. If you're using analogies for the sports, it's more like a buzzer beater, but there is no, it doesn't change the game kind of update. It's a minor update. So I just want to highlight that. So people who have the old presentations, if you update, you should have the new one. The update is on slide 11. I'll cover that when I get there. So the first project is the Oncor Southern DFW Load Interconnection and the General Grid Strengthening Project. This is a Tier 1 project. So Oncor submitted this project to address various reliability issues in the Southern DFW Fort Worth area. So this on top of this is a Tier 1 project, and this has initial cost of $1.21 billion, and to address, as I said, reliability issues in the Southern DFW and the North Central area. So I want to spend some time here, the study assumptions. Again, this project was submitted early last year, sometime in March of last year. Since then, a lot of things have happened, so I want to spend a little bit of time on the study assumptions because this primarily we started with the 2024 RTP case when we started this project in 2025. There was a number of updates. We spent a lot of time updating the loads for this project. So the context began that it's like 2024, we started seeing all those large loads make it into the model. We came up with a lot of projects. In 2025, right about this project was started, we got the 2025 update where we made additional changes to this projection, including the ERCOT adjusted forecast that changed some of the load in this area, in this project. And when we started looking at the RPG review for this project, we have to go by what's in the current substantiated definition. So there is a lot of time, several months spent, working with the TSPs and updating the load. So at the end, we decided to use 4 gigawatts of load in this study area, even though there's significant other loads outside the area. So there was a lot of back and forth up until first 3-4 months. We took time to build those models, not only the load, but also update the transmission projects. There are a lot of placeholder projects which came out of 2024 and other projects. So significant time was spent on getting the models and the load correct for this study region. So in addition, as noted, there's 50 megawatts of load that was added in the process. So that all those things took significant time before we could start the independent review. Okay. All right. So based on the study models, we did identify several reliability needs. As you see here, there are thermal voltage issues and even unsolved power flow issues in the study area, depending on what contingency it is. So in order to address this, we looked at several options. We came up with the modified option 3 that addressed all the reliability standard criteria violations based on the TPL and the ERCOT planning guide. So option 3 consists of 3 parts. So here I want to pause here and again talk about a little bit more on what this option is. Basically, this option is Oncor proposed option, which is the base for the DFW reliability needs. When we started looking at this reliability need, we did identify issues throughout that area, the DFW area. But this project specifically goes on the South DFW. So we did identify when this project was going through independent review. Sometime around the end of the year, there were a couple of other projects submitted for this. This is not part of the DFW, but there were other projects submitted in the DFW area. So when we were looking at the reliability issues, we did identify some of those projects submitted in right about the November 2025 timeframe. Those help resolve some of the issues in this area. So we tried to move those parts of projects. A couple of projects highlighted here, the Oncor Lone Star Navarro to Ellis area project. That was a separate project submitted in November of 2025. And subsequently, Oncor also submitted this Set 1, Set 2 North Central project, reliability project that's highlighted here. That's a lot of upgrades, existing upgrades, mostly in the North Central area. But parts of that project also helped address some of the issues identified in the South DFW project. So those projects were also combined with this project. So what you're going to see is there's three parts: Oncor's base project plus this Oncor Lone Star project, which is a 345 kV new line, plus the last set is parts of this Set 1, Set 2 North Central reliability project was also added to address the reliability issues identified here. So the scope, again, the scope of the project grew as we started performing this reliability assessment. And as part of this analysis, we provided updates to RPG. We started the study sometime in June, July timeframe, and we provided 2 updates. And I think we provided another update in 2025 when we finalized, when we saw this other projects, and a couple of updates in this year, January and March, the final update. So looking at all the options, again, this is a comparison of the option 1 and option 2 are more talking about the base option plus some of the project elements to identify the Brazos Electric Co-op, so there's a slight increase in cost. But option 3 is the one which combines all the 3 options. So you would see the cost initially, again, there is some numbers I want to point here. The option 1, $1.248 billion is a revised updated cost compared to the original project where it was submitted as like $1.211 billion. So there is a change here for the base option based on the updates provided by Oncor. And if you look at option 2, there's another $18 million that project is needed to address the specific 50 megawatts of load added in the Brazos Electric that highlighted. So option 2 is more like the option 1 plus $18 million for the BC project. And option 3 is the combined cost of option 1, 2 plus the parts of the other RPG projects, which I will cover in the later slide. So in terms of project requirements, I'm not going to go through this. This tier 1 project, way over $100 million. Again, the requirement is we will present it to the TAC for review and comments, and any comments from TACs will be included in our presentation to the board. Again, subsynchronous resonance, we did perform this analysis for the final option, and we did not see any issues, adverse issues with the SSR for the existing and plant generations included in the study. Again, the sensitivity analysis and the congestion analysis did not find any issues with both the analysis here. Okay, so this part, again, there's a lot of projects. Part of DFW, we did perform a dynamic stability assessment as part of the RPG review, where we included loads in the study area and looked at critical contingencies, both in the Oncor and the surrounding areas. And based on that, dynamic assessment, we did not see any adverse dynamic impact as the result of implementing this option 3. So here's the slide I talked about where we made the change compared to what was posted earlier. So based on our review, ERCOT is going to recommend option 3 as the preferred option to address the South DFW and the North Central and the East weather zones. As I said, the scope of the project increased. And the expected in-service date, there's a lot of parts of this project. If you look at the appendix, there's 3 or 4 pages of upgrades listed there. The implementation times varies between May 2026 to all the way to April 2033, depending on the projects, the CCN requirement, and all those. The estimated cost is $2.886 million. This number did not change in the slide. The overall costs remain the same. But the parts below, there's a part of the Oncor to Lone Star. That estimate is $856.28 million. In the previous version, it was marked at $900 million. That's an update that was captured in the report. Unfortunately, this carried over from the RPG presentation, so we updated those numbers. And the Set 1, Set 2 project, portion of the Set 1, Set 2 project carried over to this evaluation turns out to be like $763 million. You all know we provided an update last RPG meeting. Still, we are doing the Set 1, Set 2 projects, the North Central project reviews separately, but portions of that are already captured in here, and we won't do that will be removed from the other project, right? So I know there's a lot of information. I'll pause here. After I cover this, I'll pause here to see if I'm pretty sure there are some questions. So this is the high-level overview of the project. So there are a lot of upgrades. Significant upgrades are to the existing facilities. So if you look at that, the number of upgrades, like in terms of new substations, there are 2 345 kV 138, 2 new 345 kV substation, 2 new 138, and there's also several reactive support, both the SATCOM and CAP banks added at those substations. In addition to that, there's also rebuild of existing substations, 5 345 kV, 1 345 138 kV switching station, and the part of construction, several new 345 kV, 138 kV lines. Here, what you see is the approximate circuit miles, but the CCN miles are different. Circuit miles is 218 miles of 345 kV, 8 miles of new 138 kV, and when you go look at the existing upgrades, there's approximately 400 miles of 345 kV existing system upgrades and 73 miles of 138 kV upgrade. So Appendix B gives you all the details. We tried to cover some of those highlights in the RPG meeting, which we had like a couple of weeks ago. But I'm going to pause here. I'll just bring the slide here. It shows kind of the study area and some of the upgrades on the recommended project. But if you go further down in Appendix B, you have all those recommendations. So in the interest of time, I'll stop here.
Okay. So can we take some questions? I was waiting for you to go up, but we have some ahead of you, Beth. Let's go to Kevin Hansen.
Yeah, slide 3. How much of that 4 gigawatts of large loads are approved currently by ERCOT?
I don't have that information, but this is all the loads that Oncor submitted, which meets the substantiated load definition. So I'll probably see if Oncor has any additional information. Sorry to put you on the spot.
So, Kevin, this is Martha Henson speaking on behalf of Oncor. The customers addressed by this project, some of them had interconnection agreements executed at the time we submitted the project, which was February of 2025. They've continued as a group to make forward progress towards taking service, and since we submitted the project, all of the customers addressed in the original submission, the RPG submission, have contracts that are supported by financial security that they provided to Oncor.
are they considered interconnected? Are they considered firm load by ERCOT?
I don't know what that means, Kevin. They all have agreements that are securitized by millions of dollars that Oncor is holding to get customers service. I don't know if, Prabhu, you want to go back again through the pre-April 1st, 2026 RPGs and what criteria those are operating under right now versus RPGs submitted April 1st and beyond. Maybe that's helpful here.
Yeah, sure. So from an ERCOT perspective, so until April 1st, we are using the current definition of substantiated load, right? April 1st is when we expect to get this new load forecast for the 2026 RTP. And moving forward, we would use any project submitted after that would, align with what was submitted for the April 1st or the 2026 RTP. So for our process, this is not different from what we have done in the past. So the substantiated load definition was used. All those loads that met the criteria, they were dispatched at modeled 100%, right, as firm load in the transmission planning study.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess one follow-up comment just in general, just for people to think about. Based on the outcome and the decisions from Project 58484 at the PUC, in the future, theoretically, there's a possibility this 4 gigawatts of large load would be responsible for paying the full $3 billion for the project. So again, the question, once they're given a check, here's your bill, $3 billion, will they stay as wanting to interconnect to the system or not? So that's something for us to think about.
Thanks, Kevin. Let's go to Bill Barnes.
Thanks, Prabhu. A couple questions. I know in the batch studies, ERCOT's requiring a no solar case. Is that also included in the study assumptions or cases for these ongoing RPG projects as well?
Yeah, it's for now. It's more area specific. Wherever we have more relies on more solar, we try to do that more for the west and far west and other areas. But I think we are incorporating that as part of our RTP too. So this project, most of the elements were identified in 2024 and 2025 RTP, and we did look at those no solar conditions as part of that analysis, or low solar conditions.
And then turning to the Figure 1.
I'm sorry. What you said, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. I'm not sure if I heard low or no solar. I'm not sure how you answered that.
Yeah,
I didn't hear.
It's in the process of transitioning because, as I said, depending on the study area, we make different assumptions. So I want to be careful. There are some areas we study no solar, but there are some areas we would study low solar conditions.
So I'm sorry. So for this study, was there any evaluation of a no solar case? I think was Bill's question.
Yeah. I don't have that, but I can call a friend. I believe Robert is on the call. Sorry, Robert. Can I?
No, that's no problem. Yeah, this is Robert Cohen from ERCOT. For this evaluation, we did not study a no solar evaluation for this particular RPG project.
Thank you, Robert. And as I said, as part of the RTP, we do study those conditions, and this is something that's evolving. We are studying more of the no solar conditions as we move into the current RTP cycle and the RPG cycle.
Okay, thank you. And then a few questions around the Figure 127 process. I see your last bullet, which is a little surprising to me, if I'm interpreting it correctly, is that you had to actually turn off generation to balance power, or was that to resolve transmission security violations?
Yeah, this is because we were studying the 2024-2025 RTP. We added generation that did not meet the 6.91 criteria. We added additional generation that was beyond the criteria. So this project, when you're studying local area, we have the option to back down those generation. So that's what it was done here. So we removed those generation for that study.
So you added more generation than what you needed? I guess the way I was interpreting how Figure 127 works is you will basically add generation up to the point so that you can meet power balance, and
yes,
you're not going beyond that, so you would never be in a situation where you actually have to shut them down to get the models to solve. So that's where my confusion lies. And also, I do think it would be helpful going forward whenever we get presented with transmission projects like that, if you could identify how much generation was added through the Figure 127 process as a bullet. I think it'd be good for us to know that.
Yeah, that information is in the detailed report.
It is? Okay,
so,
great.
Yeah, we do add those things in the appendix. I'm not sure if it is in this presentation. Yeah, that's in the report.
And then just general statement that you're probably going to hear from me on all of these large transmission projects, which the need is apparent. I will be supporting this, but it also emphasizes how important the transmission cost allocation project at the Commission is in terms of how we reform, who pays for this, and how. I know there's also ideas in flight on minimum demand charges. I think those deserve consideration as well, but just for everyone's attention, like this is a very important. We need more infrastructure, but it's just as important that we figure out how to equitably distribute those costs amongst all consumers. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Clayton Greer.
Yeah, I had a question on the 5 substation rebuilds. Was that related to them being line buses and needing to be converted to breaker and a half, or was that due to fault current or some other cause?
I'm sorry, Clayton, I couldn't hear you.
The rebuilds, it's 6 existing substations. Were those due to them being line bus setups now that needed to be converted to breaker and a half, or were those related to fault current or some other need to upgrade them?
I see Oncor wants to take the question, so
yeah,
go ahead.
Personnel Oncor. Clayton, those have to do with upgrading the station to 5,000 amps. So it's not the short circuit quite, but the getting the ampacity on the lines.
Okay. Is it breakers only, or is it breakers and bus?
So most of the stations you have to upgrade breakers and bus to meet the 5,000 amp capability. So it's full station rebuild, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, and I guess as a part of the, I was kind of surprised to see this extended out to 2033, but is a part of that the ability to take the outages on those substations?
Yeah, so each station will be different. Some places we are able to build this new station on the same piece of property. Sometimes we have to expand the station, so there's not one answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. And then on the costs that Kevin brought up and Bill kind of confirmed, the need for the allocation piece, and I agree that the 4CP system needs to be completely upgraded, but whenever we're looking at the type of allocation that we're seeing in 58481, it kind of shows you how squirrely this can be whenever you look at the cost of this for I think it was 2.1 gigs is, less than 1/2 of the price to add just 600 more megawatts. So, if you're in this as a load, you really don't have the ability to say, no, just stop at the 1.2 billion. Don't do the additional 1.6 billion dollars worth of projects, but you may be assigned, a significant portion of that just because this idea that but for you, then they wouldn't have needed all this. So I think that we got to be really careful about how that allocation is managed. Thanks.
Okay, Beth.
So it should come as no surprise. I have several questions, and I appreciate Karsh being here in person to help answer some of those questions. But I'm going to start with you, Prabhu, and Robert, you're on the phone. I'm going to holler at you as well. I'll ask it as a question. When was the first indication that the option for this project was going to be to blow it up to include 2 other RPG projects? I know I listened to the January RPG meeting and I listened to the February RPG meeting, and I don't recall it being discussed at either of those. My first I heard of it was, you called it 2 weeks ago. It was 8 days ago on the 17th was the most recent RPG meeting where this project was noticed as a project update, as it has been for the year that it's been open. It's noticed as a project update, and during the meeting was informed, oh, here's ERCOT's recommendation that we're going to turn this into a $2.8 billion project, and we're going to TAC next week and the board in April. Make me feel better about that, or just say you're sorry and it'll do better going forward.
I'll try to answer the question. So this project, the timeline I have to say is sometime in January is 1 week. I mean, we received those other two projects, as I said, in November of last year, right? So until then, these projects were not submitted to RPG. So November is when you received this Oncor Navarro project, Oncor Lone Star project, and then you got the other projects. So those projects went through their own timeline, the commons phase and things. So we waited till see whether there are competing projects to alternate the comments we received. So once we did that, we started looking at whether those projects would address some of the issues identified in this project. So that happened sometime end of the year, January timeframe. So obviously, we did have an update in January, I think, the DFW, and since then we've been working on this, and we made this final recommendation in March. January, we did highlight that we will make the final recommendation in March. So a couple of things to note on those other projects, right? So in terms of RPG review, the area, the load growth in the area, there's significant changes happening throughout the process, and we are trying to, make sure all the projects that submitted are reviewed, and if there are ways to expedite the process, we try to do that and make the right recommendation. But having said that, we make sure we do the due diligence on all the things that needs to be covered for RPG, and then we make the recommendation. I hear your frustration, but I also want you to bring this broader context, right? So where we are in terms of RPG is we're looking at the last few years, significant number of projects, including last year, there was 13 Tier 1 projects, 9 Tier 2 projects, and all those things, we're juggling a lot of project RPG. You come there, you will see it's 12 to 15 project updates every RPG. So all those things puts a strain on the process. I wish, we can, but we are trying to strike a balance between whether we complete the analysis on time. Of course, some of them take until last minute, but at the same time, we don't want to miss the opportunity of taking projects to the appropriate board and, TAC. So that's the key, because you heard from this body and others, the large loads, as I highlighted here, there's a lot of loads. We're trying to catch up on things which was identified in 2024, 2025 RTPs, right? And some people have criticized us, saying this project was submitted in March of last year and it's taken till now. But that's the kind of striking the balance. So I will. As I said, wish I had more time to,
I appreciate
for stakeholders.
I appreciate the large volume of very complex work that is having to be done. I commend you and your team for the ability to just process this. And I know this project is one that has taken a long time. And I know everyone is happy to have some sort of resolution and move that forward. So I'm okay with that. Robert, you're on the phone, so I'm going to get you to answer this question, because I emailed you during the meeting and said, hey, on future, because I think you're responsible for setting the agenda, could it be possible that when ERCOT is ready for their recommendation, that would be part of your agenda notice going forward? You told me in an email that you would do that going forward, and if you could say that again, I would appreciate it as well.
Yes, this is Robert Gold from ERCOT. Yes, we took that consideration. I'm currently putting together the agenda for the April RPG meeting. We are working to revise the agenda item labels to be clearer, that if this is a final recommendation, that is specifically spelled out in the agenda and in the presentation itself, so that we will have advanced notice to all stakeholders that these are the projects that we're looking to have final recommendations.
Perfect, because there's some big projects coming forward with a recommendation next month as well. So having that just simple agenda management activity is so valuable. So I've pounded that one enough. We'll move on to other issues that I think are Oncor's to answer. So I'm going to look to the other in the other direction. My first question is just it's going to sound snarky, but it's true, or it's sincere. What work can possibly be accomplished before May of this year? In 6 weeks, what part of this project can actually be completed, and why are we still showing a May 26 completion for portions?
So I'm not sure. So when we submitted the RPG, the in-service date for the full project is December 2028. Some of the projects included here are neutral projects, such as just constructing a new station to serve a new load. So there are a couple of loads that are energizing in May 2026. I think that's what you're seeing.
Okay.
But a lot of the line rebuilds and major switching station upgrades still will be happening over the next several years.
Okay, so so there is actually some work that's happening, and that will be
very minor work, but there's some stations being constructed.
Thank you for that clarification. As part of this is a really big, sort of expansive project, and many of the line upgrades. What are we doing? We're upgrading almost 400 miles of 345 kV lines. So my first and simple question is: when you say upgrading lines, I assume you're thinking that's new structures and new conductor?
Correct.
Okay.
So it can be a combination. In this instance, most of the work is rebuild.
Okay, and to pick on a theme that I know my friend Eric Goff has asked or worked on. So as part of upgrading lines, what did Oncor give any consideration of if you've got is there an opportunity for advanced conductors that could forestall or put off any of that structure upgrade? Is that an evaluation that Oncor went through? I saw no mention of it in your initial project submission, no mention of it in ERCOT's work. Is that a consideration at all for any of this work?
Yeah, so we routinely look at advanced conductors. I think the great application for those conductors is when you have a line with structures that are relatively new, 10, 20 years old, and the structures are capable of handling the other conductor and you can just reconductor the line. The lines that are being proposed to be upgraded on this slide, most of them are 50 years old, 60 years old. So when you try to reconductor those, you end up rebuilding the whole line anyway. Okay. So that's why we are not proposing superconductors or advanced conductors in this project.
That information is not information that I was able to find in either Oncor's initial project submittal or in any of the materials I was able to review. So the age of the line is super important. Shout out to AEP and their big multiple billion-dollar projects. They put that in their report. So pick that up, TSPs, is something to be included. And Martha, I appreciate your earlier comment on the loads and where we are in terms of, because when this was submitted a year ago, about half of that 4 gigawatts was under contract. And what I heard you say is they're all under contract now. A little surprise pop quiz here on the Navarro project that got rolled into this. Were there additional loads that were considered as part of that RPG project that are now being ignored by this big combination? It's a trick question, and I just came up with it, so you have to think of it.
So I'll start, maybe Oncor can jump. So from the analysis perspective, as I said, when we started looking at this Oncor project, the base project, we did identify the issues outside the study area. So it's important to go back to highlighted those differences in all the studies that's been done, which prompted some of the projects. 2024 RTP had a load assumption. 2025 RTP had a different load assumption. And we have a project here submitted for like all these projects based on either 2024 or 2025. So that what we did is compare all those load forecasts with the study area, what we have in the RTP, and make sure the need exists, right, compared to all the studies. Like not just like we are not relying on just the 2024, 2025. If we didn't find the project in 2025, we made sure like that, need existed in the RPG, right, because we are comparing the loads. So this RPG is kind of a way to resolve those load differences. That's from the load perspective. I'll probably wait for Oncor to provide more updates on like what portion of the load is committed. I mean, Martha already did, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and if Oncor's got an additional or different perspective, love to hear it as well.
Yeah, so the other projects that we talked about, the Set Ones and Lone Star project, those were meant to serve loads that were in 2024 RTP.
Okay.
So when Oncor did the study, we only identified what our original submittal indicated, and then these other projects are being added. So naturally, those will be part of serving additional load in the same area. So this is a step forward in the right direction.
Okay, fair enough. And just to be clear, if you could flip back, just to make sure I understand, flip back to your summary matrix slide where it shows how much additional, the option comparison matrix that you typically provide us, Prabhu, this one. That improves long-term load serving capability, and thank you for including the actual megawatts. I know I've pinged you on that as well. That 2,900 megawatts of additional load, that's beyond the 4 gigawatts that's embedded in this assumption, correct? Am I?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's my understanding. So when we look at the transfer capability, we look at the incremental transfer capability usually.
Okay.
But having said that, it's an indication of what can be served, but there are loads which can, depending on the location, it could drive additional projects. So I'm not saying all the loads, no matter where you connect, you can serve that, but it's kind of a indication of like, this we do to differentiate the options. I'm not going to say like, okay, this is the exact number.
I just wanted to make sure I was thinking about it appropriately, and I appreciate that additional stuff. With that, I appreciate your all's patience and diligence with me as we work through this. It's not quite a big-ass project, but it's really a big project, and I would argue is deserving of our time and attention, and part of the technical in our technical advisory committee role to try to dig into this before we make sure we're all comfortable and confident in what we're recommending. So thank you.
Yeah, let me say something. But thank you for your comments. I know you try to bring some good points where we can improve things in RPG, and I appreciate the comments. I think the challenge now is as we go through the process, transitioning from RPG and the batch and things, there's going to be a lot of changes as we go through the process. So at the same time, we are trying to, address all those projects. Right now, we have, I don't know how many, projects we have. Probably Robert has the exact number, but last year, as I said, it was 43 projects total, including all the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and I'm not going to talk about the numbers. It's probably several $1 billion too, so $14 billion plus. So thanks for the feedback, and we always, we will try to improve our process. Thanks for the comments. Yep.
Okay, Brett.
Good morning, and thank you for the time, Prabhu. Thank you for the presentation. Brett Callard, Senior Vice President of Land Development here at Compass Data Centers. Just wanted to comment and express our excitement about the option 3 here of improving the reliability in the region. Compass Data Centers has a campus, a 667 megawatt campus already energized in this very region. We were supportive of acquiring additional right-of-way for transmission distribution and deeding over land for the Loop 9 substation or switchyard. we're excited to continue to evolve with our second campus in this very region, and if there's anything we can do in order to support and push forward for
pay for the transmission.
We've stated that we're willing and able to participate in financial commitments for a co-serve model where we're able to invest and secure transmission capabilities for our purposes. We do not want to strand any residential ratepayer with the cost of our projects, and we are still very committed to that process. But thank you for allowing the time.
Okay, thank you for that. What is the first? Justin. Thanks, Martha.
Hey, good morning. This is Justin Loth with Provident Data Centers. I don't think we have been on the TAC forum before on commenting, so just real quick, we are a Dallas-based national hyperscaler data center developer, and we have a project in the South Dallas Regional RPG project that we've been following really closely, including it's called our Grand Prairie campus, Prairie Ridge. And so I just wanted to give some context and comment on a comment that I heard regarding the project and supporting the real and substantiated loads, similar to Mr. Collard's comment. From our perspective, it absolutely is, and I wanted to provide some extra context here. So our project is one of the longest standing large load interconnection projects in the region, and even predates PIGR 115. We have an executed 500 megawatt interconnection agreement for the first phase, and we've met every regulatory and technical milestone, and to Martha's point, has posted tens of millions of dollars in security. And so more importantly, this project is not speculative or unsubstantiated. It's under active construction today. And since 2025, we have had over 100 construction personnel on site, and we've already completed the switching pad for Ironwood Switch and advanced work across 300 acres. So by next year, our construction workers will scale to over 1,000 workers on site each day during the peak activity. We've already committed to over $100 million on the site, with the total projected investment exceeding $40 billion, which is supported by institutional capital, our partnership with Blackstone. So from our vantage point, we think that this is certainly a real substantiated load, given that we have real capital, a real tenant, real infrastructure, and real construction underway. So for those reasons, I just wanted to echo what we heard from Compass, that we strongly support this project and its timely advancement.
Well, we used to have that until they got this CAPS stuff.
This looks so stupid. Can we mute that?
I don't know when these beans will end. My own copy. Me too.
I'm not sure who's talking there.
Yeah, I think they're not talking about you.
Okay, so yeah, we wanted to wrap up and say we're strongly supporting the advancement and hope that this gets to a ballot today, because we know that this enables not only our project's completion and success, but enables long-term committed load to serving in this region of the ERCOT system. So thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. Ned?
Thank you, Caitlin, and thank you to everyone so far for I think this has been a very fruitful discussion and kind of highlights a lot of things that folks are paying attention to in this space. If I were to boil it down to one main issue that I think folks are really concerned about, it is how fast is that load going to come on relative to the in-service dates for the transmission assets, and therefore show up in rate base. And I heard certainly heard that we've got loads that are turning dirt right now and up to 500 megawatts. Hershey mentioned some of them are going to be coming on as soon as May 2026, but some of the assets won't. It sounded like maybe some of the more substantial capital assets won't be coming on until 2028. So as we're thinking about the numerator and the denominator, moving roughly in tandem, it sounds like the denominator may grow a little bit faster than the numerator at first, and there'll be some catch up. But can you give a little bit more color on how that's going to play out?
Yeah, absolutely. So most of the projects, some of the loads, they're more of expanding their existing facility. And if you look at their in-service date, it's today, right? They want this 4 gigawatts of load. If you add them all up, they want it fast and now. The issue is there is no transmission to serve all that load today. So many of these customers are being capped to what we can serve reliably without these upgrades. So come December 2028 and beyond is when we can serve their full capacity, not today. But as far as are the loads they're wanting to consume today, yes.
Okay. And so I think that's probably reflected in their load commissioning plans or, the load ramp schedules they've submitted. I think that would probably be helpful just in general, as we have some of these, new transmission projects to help support large load growth. It's incumbent on us to both support economic development in the state and manage the cost impacts that might, show up on the broader system. So having that information, I think, would be really helpful for TAC members to just see that and real simple see, are these moving in tandem? But from what I've heard today, I think we've had a lot of good discussion. I'm willing to put the motion out to endorse the project, so I'll call the question that way.
Okay. Do we get? Did you say you call the question?
Sorry,
that's a different motion.
Sorry, I'm just going to move to endorse. We don't need to cut off the
motion to endorse. Okay, Bob, second. Bob, are you otherwise in the queue, or you were just for the second? Okay. Well, we had you in the queue, so no. Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Let's take the rest of the queue unless Ned decides to call the question or anybody else. Chris Mattos.
Chris Mattos with Google. Like previous commenters, we're in strong support of this project. We have 2 data center facilities that are announced in South Dallas. Their energizations are and ramp schedules are affected by these projects and have actually been delayed as a result of the delayed process here, and which has created, to address Ned's point, Oncor working with us and trying to work with our schedules for increasing those load ramps. So maybe to a little bit of Beth's earlier point and trying to strike that balance to, as we think about future RPGs and maybe the batch process makes all of this concern go away, these delays did have material impacts on constructability and viability of sites and getting their delivery times done in a manner that is consistent with the load ramps that we attested to, submitted, and provided financial commitment on. So in a future state, again, maybe with the batch process, this all goes away. But as ERCOT is thinking about and trying to right-size that balance, there are costs to the load users who have substantiated. And, Beth, I hear you on the cost allocation. Bill, I hear you on the cost allocation. Mike, I hear you on the cost allocation. Google has filed comments on minimum transmission charges and commitment periods that should keep ratepayers protected from any stranded costs associated with this. But moreover, if we do this planning correctly with large loads in mind, the overall system transmission rates can go down as we right size the transmission costs relative to the project. So, as we go through the cost allocation discussion, we really emphasize that the commitments of those large loads and the financial security there to shield ratepayers is by far the most effective method. But if we want to talk about it, Beth, I'm very open to sitting down and having that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Clayton, did you have a comment?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that the $700 million that was pulled out of the other project that's supposed to be coming before, I guess, TAC in May, RPG for approval in May, and then TAC in May, that would be reduced, right? There's no backfilling of any of that, right?
Yeah, so this approval of this project would, end the independent review for that other project, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, it's just we've got a partial approval of the other project that's basically being included in this. So we're just moving it up a couple months.
Yes, for the set 1, set 2, we are only taking portions of the project here right, approving portions of the project here. So still there is a set 1, set 2 ongoing RPG review.
Right, right. But all that's being deducted out of that for the final report that's going to come out.
Yes. We did provide it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we did provide the update on the set 1, set 2 projects. This is the last RPG where we showed what parts are moving or being moved to this project, and also the revised scope for the set 1 and set 2 North and Central project.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe to add on a little color to Justin and Chris's comments, we filed our initial request in 2023. So we, along with everybody else in this area, have been waiting very patiently for this project. It's definitely needed, and these are definitely active projects. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick comment on the big picture here. For all the reasons that everybody knows, we're having this amazing burst of transmission construction, and at the end of the day, the costs of that transmission go into somebody's rates. And so I've been trying to keep just a loose back of the envelope about what is the scope of what we're talking about. And by my very loose back of the envelope, right now we have in RPG planning, CCN, and construction, something on the order of $60 billion in transmission planning and construction. And I think that's probably an underestimate because we know that the costs of these projects go up, and there's lots more on the table. So, whatever your assumptions about how the capital costs of these projects end up in rates and future load growth, I think that it's clear that the costs for transmission will be an ever-increasing part of consumer rates. And so just on behalf of commercial consumers, I want to emphasize the importance of this conversation in terms of the scrutiny of these projects, the transparency of the discussion that we're having about these projects, the cost allocation study at the Commission, and then in the changes in cost responsibility for transmission for large loads that we're seeing in Senate Bill 6. All of those things come together to protect consumers. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Eric?
I appreciate the comments from Mark and Beth, Eric Goff, on behalf of Texas Energy Buyers Alliance. TIBA and others have seen and worked on analysis that is in line with what Ned mentioned earlier on the numerator and denominator, which is if you add enough new loads at the same time you're adding transmission costs, you can actually have a reduction in the kilowatt year charges for all customers because you're increasing the number of payers. And that is partially contingent on their behavior with 4CP, which is why TIBA is also proposed, as Chris from Google mentioned, minimum transmission charge in order to account for that risk. And so with the sum of a minimum transmission charge and intentionally adding new loads as we add new transmission costs, we could lower transmission costs for consumers on a per kilowatt basis. So I think that's a really important goal for us to do here. The alternative specter is one where we don't add enough new load, but we do add the $60 billion plus in costs that Mark mentioned, and then costs for consumers would go up substantially. So we really have to actively manage this with intention in order to make sure that the work we do, ultimately benefits consumers.
Thanks, Eric. Okay, queue is empty. We did, oh, Mike Wise, sorry.
Yeah, real quickly. It's very difficult for consumers, and I'm representing a large set of consumers in West Texas as well. It's really difficult to approve large, huge transmission build-outs without understanding or knowing what the changes in cost allocation are going to be. This is a very difficult vote for consumers. It's almost too early. Give me the cost allocation scheme and changes that are going to be brought about. Then we can more comfortably determine what transmission projects are needed for future loads.
Yeah.
We've got the cart before the horse. And I have a difficult challenge with this. These are costs that we do not know who is going to pay for them. And in some cases, the costs are going to be too high for consumers. We are going to have an impact on the economy for a certain percentage of our population. I don't think we recognize how impactful this is going to be to a certain percentage of our population. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Beth?
Yeah, I have a different perspective, I guess, Mike. As someone who is so richly steeped in ERCOT and ERCOT practices and processes, and has had the opportunity over the last few years to dip my toe in, as you work in both worlds, Mike, I know the different regions of this country where cost allocation is uncertain all of the time. What I see in other parts of the region or other parts of the country are just stagnation because of that lack of certainty. And, you know, we got to figure out the cost allocation before we can think about building a project. I'm okay from a consumer perspective. I see the value of the increased reliability and increased capability of a strong and expanded transmission system. I'm confident. The problem we're having is so many balls are in the air right now, but that's the world we live in, and, you know, and it just sucks, and we're going to have to get through it. I have confidence we will sort those things out. I don't want to be the roadblock that keeps progress from moving forward. So it's a different perspective. I appreciate your perspective, but I wanted to offer just another view of it. So thank you.
Okay. Q is clear. We had a motion and a second, but can we put this on the combo ballot?
I don't know. Anything over $1 billion feels like we should take an absolute
take a vote to make people say, yes, we're spending $1 billion.
$1 billion with a big B. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
We've already changed the thresholds for the Tier 1 projects, but unfortunately, we're still way behind that.
Okay. Corey, do you have what you need? Motion was Ned. Second was Hilton.
Yep. We've got a motion and a second to endorse option 3 for this project.
Basketball analogy.
We will start up with the consumers with Mark Dreyfus.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then Mark for Nick. Thank you. Mike Reed?
Yes.
Thank you. Brett for Garrett?
Yes.
Thank you. Beth?
Yes.
Thank you. Will?
Yep.
Thank you. On to the co-ops. Blake?
Yes.
Thank you. Kyle?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Abstain.
Gotcha. Thank you. Lucas for John?
I'll abstain.
All right. Thanks, sir. On to our independent generators. Ned?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Brian Sams?
Yes.
Thank you. Bob Helton?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Caitlin?
Yes.
Thank you.
I liked Brian's yes better, though.
All your yeses are equally appreciated, as are your abstentions and noes. On to the IPM. Ian?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Shane for Reshmi? Yes, sir. And then Shane for Seth.
Yes, again.
Thank you. And thank you. Amanda for Jeremy.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. On to our IREPs. Bill. All that power and he steps out. All right. I'll loop back around just in case he comes back. Jay.
Yes.
Thank you. For the moment, Jay is the most important IREP. On to the IOUs. Martha.
Yes.
Thank you. Ebby.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Rob for Keith.
Yes.
Thank you. On to our munis. David.
Yes.
Thank you. Alicia.
Yes.
Thank you. Jose.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. And Curtis.
Yes.
Thank you. Still no bill. Markham is not present, sorry. Okay, motion carries. Unopposed, 2 abstentions.
Thanks, Corey. Okay, my plan is to finish the remaining RPG items. Then we'll circle back to a quick comment from staff on batch load. Then we'll take lunch. Then after lunch, we will resume normal agenda, making our way from large load read-through requirements. Sound good? Okay. All right, probably let's go ahead with the next, whenever you and Corey are done.
All right, thank you. This is probably the fourth quarter. I mean, this is the second part of the presentation. So this is the STEC Noises Green Ammonia Load Interconnection Project. Sorry. Okay. All right. Open. Yeah, there it is. STEC submitted this project to address load additions in the Nueces County in the south weather zone. We show the area of this. So this was initially submitted as a Tier 2 project with the estimated cost of $72 million. During the course of the RPG review, the project cost was updated, and it exceeded the $100 million for a Tier 1 project. So we reclassified this as a Tier 1 project. Again, this is driven by load additions in the area. As highlighted there, there's over 1,100 megawatts of TSP-attested load in the study area that's driving the reliability need of this project. As shown in the criteria violations, there were several thermal overloads and two unsolved contingencies under P1, P7 conditions. Obviously, so they carry over under the G-1, X-1 conditions too. ERCOT, as part of the independent review, looked at 4 different options, and among the options, we chose option 3 as the option to solve the reliability violations in the least expensive manner and improve the long-term load-saving capability, and also this option 3 would require the least amount of CCN miles. So comparison of the options, so option 3, the final cost is $161 million, with an estimated in-service date of 2031, which would require 10.4 miles of CCN. So again, highlighted the difference in cost is, primarily the initial cost estimate plus AEP. When STEC submitted the initial cost, they didn't make some consideration for the AEP portion that's highlighted at the bottom, which includes AEP's increased capability when they designed the 345 kV system. So that attributed to the increase in cost. So, again, requirements of Tier 1 project. This is classified Tier 1. Any comments from TACs will be presented to the board. SSR impact. We did not see any SSR impact with the addition of this option 3. Similarly, the congestion analysis, sensitivity analysis, we did not find anything that would have an adverse impact for this project. We also perform a dynamic simulation for dynamic stability analysis for this project, and based on the review, there was no adverse effect for the region we studied and the selected contingencies we looked for the project. Summary of the recommendation: ERCOT will recommend to the board to endorse option 3 to address the reliability issues in the Nueces County and south weather zone. Estimated in service is May of 2031. Estimated cost is $161 million. This will require a CCN. The portion is highlighted there. It's basically creating a new substation and routing the existing Lawn Hill to Grissom line into the substation, and also construct a short 4.5 miles of new line into this Nueces load substation from Kilsidimi, or substation that's an existing substation. So I will pause here. I think that's my last slide. There are other parts of the project. There's also 138 kV upgrades. So this is the recommended project. You see the dotted lines, the 345 kV upgrades for this project. So we'll open up for any questions. Thank you.
Beth.
Since I spent all my time this last week looking at the Oncor big project and coordinating with y'all on that one, I apologize, Lucas, I didn't have a chance to reach out to STEC on this issue. But let me just make a statement you can confirm or refute. We've already approved a $100 million-ish project for a separate ammonia plant in the STEC area. This is the second ammonia plant that we're approving a project for. I saw in the notes that this is at this point, from ERCOT's perspective, it's just an officer attestation load of 1 gigawatt. I have every confidence that STEC can manage its relationship with this large load and its transmission construction in a manner that they're not going to start projects for customers that don't actually appear. Is that? Can you make me feel confident that and given your vote on the earlier project, I'm sure that STEC is paying close attention to those customer relationships and wouldn't build things that are not needed.
You can have the utmost confidence that is the case. And going back a quarter, I guess it meets the same requirements that Prabhu mentioned prior, the definition, looking to support this load in an area that there's been interest in the past, but loads have eventually shied away from the lack of network there. So we have one, and this will be a step in the right direction to support that load.
Thank you. And again, my apologies for putting you on the spot, but I appreciate that. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Prabhu, did you have any more content to cover here? Or are you good?
Yeah, thanks for asking. Not for this project. I do have like one other presentation, which is very short, related to the RPG charter. So I'm not sure if we have time, we can cover that before lunch.
Yeah. Are we done with questions and comments on this project? Can we, because we are looking to...
I'm okay with this one on the combo ballot if nobody has any other objections.
The right words. Endorse the 25 RPG 16 STEC Nueces Green Ammonia Load Interconnection Project Option 3.
I do have this one here.
We can put that on the combo. Okay. Let's go to the charter then, which is also a voting item.
Yeah. Did you bring that? Okay, let me see. Yeah. So thank you. This is an update to the RPG charter. So you heard there is a change in the tier threshold. We passed the NPRR to change the NPRR 1271 to change the cross thresholds for the RPG review. The Tier 1 project has been increased from $100 million to $200 million, and that's approved. So following that, we have an obligation to update the RPG charter, and there are a couple of places in the charter. There's a flow chart which shows the tier projects, which used to be $100 million, and show the classification flow chart of different projects, and that we updated to $200 million. Again, the revisions to the RPG charter shall be approved by the board, so we're presenting it to TAC to see if you have any comments or recommendations to the board to approve this revised charter. Sorry.
I'd suggest that we recommend endorsement of these charter changes to the board. And we could do that on the combo ballot unless anybody has questions.
Okay. Bill, do you have a question, comment?
I just have a question, Prabhu. I know these changes are kind of limited to the NPRR 1247 or 74.
Yep.
Do you anticipate, just thinking about everything that's going on with the batch studies process, are you anticipating bigger changes coming to the RPG process to incorporate everything that we're doing in that? I'm just wondering if, since we're cracking the charter open now, should we be thinking about other changes that ERCOT thinks they're going to need to be able to incorporate the batch study?
Yeah, that's the broader conversation, right? So with the batch, the way we are thinking, not the batch zero, the eventual batch. So there are some interplays between batch, RPG, and RTP. So we are starting the discussion to see how that will finally shape up, right? And we're having the discussion. At this point, I don't see a reason to not change the charter. I think those things will take those time, whatever the discussions, stakeholder discussions, and the timelines that we can come back and visit later if we have to make some significant changes to the RPG process.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I asked the same question when we were planning. Bill, I think we don't need changes until the batch 1, 2, 3, and so that's early next year. But. Okay, we're done with the RPG stuff. If you could stay for 5 minutes, Prabhu, I do want to raise, this took us over an hour, but it's good discussions, right? I think it's important that TAC continue to endorse these things, have discussions, especially for consumers. But to the extent we have repeating questions, and also to the extent we will have open PUC projects on cost allocation and interconnection for several months, I want stakeholders to work with ERCOT on maybe how we can do these more efficiently. Think about what questions will continue to be not resolved for the rest of the year. What questions, picking on her, Beth is always going to ask. So ERCOT or TSPs can answer those ahead of time. I don't have a lot of great solutions on how to do that, except if Prabhu and Robert are willing to work with us, because RPG doesn't technically fall under the TAC process. Residential consumer doesn't get paid to go to RPG. That's via bylaw. So and it closely overlaps with things happening at the PUC as well. So if there's anybody has any bright ideas on maybe how stakeholders can collaborate with Prabhu's team a little bit better to make this go efficiently. We'll touch on it more later. We made it halfway or most of the way through our priority items, but in addition to having all these priority items due to the board in June, we're expecting, I think, 6 RPG projects between April and May. And so I think it's really important we think about how to get those done with everything else we're looking at.
Yeah, definitely we will be open to receiving stakeholders' feedback. Maybe that's a discussion we can have at RPG to see, when we bring this project, as you highlighted, there are a number of projects going to be brought to this, the next upcoming boards. And also, as we transition, the process batch and things, that's also going to introduce a lot of, discussions, at the very least. So anything we can address prior to this meeting. If you want to do a Q&A and post it for public, we could do that. We'll work with the stakeholders, I think. I apologize, I didn't realize it's almost an hour. I mean, I caught up in the discussions, but it's almost a basketball game, I guess.
Yeah. Kevin?
Yeah, I guess for me, a clarity question. All CLRs are considered 0 megawatt load in RPG studies, correct? Because the reason I asked this is the discussions we had yesterday is the theoretical concept that every batch project proposed comes in as a CLR. Does that mean we would have no RPG projects tied to them?
Yeah, I don't want to get into the discussion. I think that's something to talk as part of the batch process. Right, currently we don't do that in planning, right? All are we treat all the loads as firm loads, which make it into the substantial load definition.
Okay, so that's the disconnect we have right now between RPG and the batch process. Okay, thank you.
That's something we need to. I mean, yeah, we'll discuss as we evolve through this batch process and change those translate into the planning process. I think Clayton has a comment. I'm sorry.
Well, what Kevin isn't correct. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The CLR loads are included in the studies to determine when they can get firm power. The ability to be a CLR comes before that transmission project or projects is completed. So if it's a 2029 project, but you can bring your load up in 27, you can actually bring it in as CLR and then run it that way as long as it can be backed down in real time. And then in 29, it would go firm in this example. So that's to say that all CLR loads are 0 in the studies is not correct. They're studied, and it's determined what projects are needed to serve them in a firm basis. It's just that until the firm transmission is there, then they're non-firm.
I think this is a discussion for the batch process and ongoing changes to the planning.
Yeah, I think it's a not right now discussion. Go. I think, Martha, you had comments.
Yeah, it's in relation to the issue that you teed up about the avalanche of work that is coming here really within the next 5 weeks, starting in 5 weeks. I guess, we've heard from Prabhu that we're going to be getting 6 more RPG projects that are targeted to June board. I'd really encourage people to start going to RPG now if you're not already monitoring that, so that questions that can be addressed there can be hashed out when they're not on as much of a time crunch and don't have as many issues ahead of them because they're not a voting body anyway. So suggestion 1 is to start going now to the April and May RPG meetings, although May be too late. I don't remember exactly when the meeting cycle is. And then, we may have to get creative about structuring the agendas as we get into the late April and May meetings and just allocate certain blocks of time for issues. And we can't necessarily spend 6 hours on every, an hour on every single RPG project because that's a full day meeting right there. So I'm sure we'll continue to strategize on how we can make our work most efficient over the next 2 months.
Yeah, I think we need to think about when we want to take. We have several May meetings, but if we want to do, a whole day of RPG projects, and then I think, Martha and I can plan a little bit better. But what came up today is also subject matter experts time. So if we're going to want to hear from somebody from each utility, we sort of have to coordinate that time ahead too. I like your idea, Prabhu, of the questions. Maybe it's not something we post yet, but maybe it's a starter. Martha and I could get with consumers and get the frequently asked questions, and then maybe get with staff and just have them validate here are the things we think will not be answered until January, and you can tell us yes, that's accurate, something like that. Okay, Chris Mattos. Are you going to talk about CLRs?
Absolutely not. So my question is really more process oriented because I'm trying to get an understanding of RPG and TAC endorsement relationships. Is the intent to try and approve as many RPG projects as possible before we get into this batch process? Or, sorry, it's a little confusing to me, I guess, what projects are expected to move forward that are in submission and sitting.
Yeah, I'll try to answer,
This is
Prabhunya.
probably a follow issue.
So we are following the normal timelines on this processing of the RPG process, right? Basically, we're not on a schedule to not expedite, try to complete projects before for a deadline or June board. It's just that the amount of projects submitted, they follow the timelines. We are expecting to have significant projects presented at the June board and the upcoming boards based on what's in our queue. Of course, we are trying to do everything to make sure, we try to complete the projects within the RPG timeframe, but we're not specifically targeting to clear projects before June, if that's the question.
Yeah, I think you're just saying this is actually just normal scheduling, and there's no words. So thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, so Martha and I will take the first stab at follow-ups from this and try to just have our process go a little bit smoother on this. We appreciate RPG working with us, so because it's not under TAC, so I appreciate you, Prabhu and Robert. Let us circle back to the batch load. Harika, I think you had an update or confirmation for us there.
Yeah, there was a question about the $50,000 fee. Is it one fee or is it on top of each other? And I didn't want to say anything before I checked with Jesse. Yes, it is the one fee, but in the interconnection intermediate agreement, if you don't sign the final agreement, only 20% is refundable. If you sign the interconnection, none is refundable. That's how it is in the proposal for publication.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that? So we will break for lunch. We'll resume at large electronic ride-through requirements at 1. And my 12 to 12:30 got moved, so I'll be out from 1 to 1:30. So Martha will be in charge. And even though I don't have to, I will yield the chair, Susie. All right, and we can break now for lunch. Can we be in recess or another fancy word? Halftime. We're going to halftime and come back at 1.
All right, so we took a little bit of a detour to cover some of the RPG projects earlier in the agenda, but we're now going to go back to item 7 and finish that up. We've actually got one more topic here left under the TAC priority items, and we have an update from Patrick Grevoire from ERCOT on the voltage ride-through items, which are nogr 282 and nprr 1308. Patrick, take it away.
All right, thanks, Martha. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Patrick Grevoire, Operations Engineer, ERCOT. I'm going to kind of go over everything that's been done on nogr 282 and nprr 1308 in the past couple of months. Some of these presentations we're giving at LLWG, and then we've got some additional updates as well. First of all, I want to go over the timeline that we're looking at for these two revision requests. Given the update to TAC today, we are targeting a Ross vote next week on April 2nd. ERCOT is currently responding to the latest comments received from the Data Center Coalition on March 12th. There's some good technical feedback on there. We're trying to address those comments and get that response out by tomorrow. So that will give Ross members a week to review those comments before the vote next week. But that is the plan. Martha, did you want to mention something?
Yeah, I'm sorry for speaking with my mouth full. I literally just took a bite of food. But I wanted to mention that we've been trying to start talking across the subcommittees and TAC and ERCOT leads on how we're going to get the mountain of work done that we have to get done. in late April and May with the board priority items. So Patrick is here articulating a possible timeline, and I just sort of want to double down on what he's conveying here, which is, ERCOT's going to be requesting a vote next week at ROS on the voltage ride-through items. If anybody's still out there contemplating comments, I'd say get those in ASAP, like today, tomorrow, Friday, so that they can be considered at ROS next week. And then what Caitlin and I have been talking about is, the way to triage the board priority items would be to try to square away the older ones sooner rather than later. So that would mean DRRS and voltage ride-through. Those have been posted since November of last year. They've had a lot of discussion, a lot of commenting on them. And so we would like to entertain a possible vote on those nprrs and this nogr at the April TAC meeting, which is in 5 weeks. So this is just sort of putting folks on notice to, really pay attention to these things as they're working their final way through the other subcommittees. And hopefully if we can get voltage ride-through and DRRS out of the April TAC, then we'll have the May TAC meetings for the multiple RPG projects that Prabhu talked to us about earlier, and then the batch study revision requests. So we can come back to that later. I just wanted to sort of, augment what Patrick is saying about the timeline that's been discussed here on this slide.
All right. Thanks, Martha. All right. So after Ross, then we have the PRS target vote for April 15th. That's just on the nprr only. That is the definition of large electronic load. We really haven't received any feedback on the actual definition itself, other than, maybe we shouldn't be making the definition at all. But so we don't have a lot of feedback on that. So no changes have been made to the definition so far. TAC does need to provide an update to the board in April 21st, that because this is a board priority revision request, so it's required to give an update at every regular board meeting. And then we are targeting a TAC vote on April 29th. I'm assuming that's if the ROS passes as well, to target the June BOD vote. Okay. Let's see. All right. So these are the comments we received on nogr 282. 8 sets of comments. So we're going to kind of go over these. We responded to most of them and made some revisions along the way. We did receive a couple of sets of comments last week that we haven't gotten around to, but they're not really revising any, they don't have any proposed revisions in those comments as well. So we'll talk about those at the end. First, I want to go over the first set of comments that ERCOT filed at the end of January. It had 4 components to those comments. The first was just renumbering some sections. The second was we revised some exemption language in paragraph 1 of the frequency and voltage ride-through sections. We vetted these with the TDSBs. We do have that exemption date when we filed the nogr, that loads that were operational are exempt. Loads that are received approval to energize before the filing of this nogr were exempt. And we also had a set of criteria which basically ties to the planning guide sections 9.4 and 9.5. We didn't refer to them directly because at the time that language was still gray box, so we just kind of listed out that criteria in those sections in the planning guides. And they're basically having your LILIS approved by ERCOT, signed IAs with the TDSP, financial security, notice to proceed, all of those things are outlined. So if you met all those before November 14th, 2025, you are exempt from those. So we highlighted that. We also responded to some Tesla comments where we added some explicit language that a load transfer scheme can be used. If your load cannot ride through, you can have other technologies like a BESS that would basically replace that load with charging immediately. So we added some explicit language allowing those different technologies. We want these requirements to be technology neutral. It has been challenging, but we have to look at the existing technologies to see what they can do. And these technologies can do kind of different things, but we don't want to eliminate any of these potential solutions, so we revised that. A big one was number 4. We revised the active power recovery time for post-disturbance. from 1 second to 2 seconds. So this is if you are within the MUSH ride-through, low voltage ride-through curve, you are allowed to reduce your consumption, but we need you to come back within it pretty quickly. Similar to how like an IBR would operate. When there's a voltage dip at your POI, your output is going to reduce, but you're going to come back pretty quickly within a second or two. We originally had it at 1 second. We did perform some studies. The dynamic studies group performed some studies and saw that as far as the system stability, frequency stability, voltage stability, 1 second versus 2 seconds was pretty close. We got a lot of feedback from the LEL developers that 1 second is going to be challenging, especially for those really low voltage situations or any kind of UPS that requires the load to transfer to UPS. Coming back in 1 second is pretty challenging because they have to have a little bit of time to make sure the voltage at the POI returns, and then they have to kind of ramp back. So moving that to 2 seconds should help them be able to meet these requirements as well. So that was all part of that January 30th comments filed by ERCOT. We had some comments from Onward Energy. I don't want to spend too much time on this. It was really just concern about how ERCOT is going to handle facilities that have generation and large loads, large electronic loads behind the same meter, co-located loads. And what requirements would apply to the generation versus the load. ERCOT is going to have the ability that we have telemetry from the load, from the generation. We have PMU data that's required. We have the R5 process. We have many methods to figure out what happened. So we're not really concerned. We're going to know if the load tripped. We're going to know if the generation tripped or both. And we're going to apply the appropriate requirements to the generation versus the load. So we spoke with Onward Energy. They were fine. We didn't need any revisions for the language. We thought the applicability was clearly fine in the appropriate node operating at sections. All right, so the next set of comments that ERCOT submitted was on 311, and that was incorporating comments from AEP from back in December of last year and the DWG feedback as well. As you're probably aware, Ross referred this nogr to both DWG and System Protection Working Group. So we discussed it at DWG, and AEP was really the only TDSP that sent in comments. So we really reviewed a lot of AEP's comments in DWG. And then ERCOT agreed to submit those comments for DWG as well in response to the AEP. So there are a couple changes that we made. The first was increasing the high frequency ride-through threshold in Table A per AEP's comments. We increased that from 61.8 to 63 hertz. The reason we wanted to increase this is if there is a large load event where we lose a lot of load on the system, the frequency is going to spike, and if it gets to a certain level, and if large loads are setting their facilities to trip at 61.8, that's additional load that would trip and further increase the frequency and exacerbate the event. And we heard from developer feedback that high frequency is really not a concern. We looked at some of the large load model surveys we received, and a lot of them have it set, low frequency 57, high frequency 63. So we went ahead and increased that to 63 as per the DWG feedback and AEP's comments. The next thing we changed is some clarifying language for the allowable overcurrent during the voltage transient. So as you're probably aware, these are constant power facilities. These devices, the IT equipment is constant power. So if there's a voltage dip at the POI or service delivery point, that facility is going to pull more current to keep that constant power load to a certain level. So we had language allowing 125% allowable overcurrent of your kind of maximum current capability. DWG wanted some specific clarifying language to make sure that's only allowed during the voltage transient, which should not exceed 0.5 seconds. So we add that clarifying language. I'm going to come back to that 125% a little later as well. A couple of things that ERCOT did not change that were in the AEP comments. One was changing the low frequency thresholds from 58.2 to 57. ERCOT and DWG agreed we wanted to kind of keep that where it was because we wanted these facilities to perform in accordance with any UFLS or the ancillary service obligations as well. So we kind of kept that at 57. I'm also going to come back to this later with the latest DCC comments. And another thing we did not incorporate, AP was suggesting that data centers that have a UPS or have BES solutions that are capable of returning their load quickly, even when the voltage is outside that must ride-through zone, should be required to come back within 2 seconds as well. Although we agree this is the best performance for system reliability, this definitely gives some additional compliance risk to those facilities to do that when they're already allowed to trip. So we didn't want to put that additional compliance burden on there. So we did not incorporate that, although we need to encourage facilities to have this capability as they're being built out and designed. All right. So the first set of Data Center Coalition comments came February 9th, and there were 3 proposed revisions. They wanted to replace the large electronic load with all large load in nogr 282. They also were not keen on having the large electronic load definition at all in the nprr. They wanted to change the exemption date from 11/14/2025 to January 1st, 2027, and they were suggesting that the VRT requirements only apply to 50% of the demand at the facility, to take into account cooling and mechanical load or some of the load doesn't have UPS or any kind of backup generation or anything like that. ERCOT couldn't agree with these revisions for the following reasons. The LEL versus the all large load. We do know that the LELs pose a more intimate risk to system reliability for a few reasons. One, they are more sensitive to voltage disturbances than the traditional LELs. I mean, we've seen voltage dip below 0.7 per unit for 20 milliseconds, and this equipment can trip off. Historical, traditional, industrial large loads have better ride-through capability than this. We have had some events in the past where we've seen some oil and gas tripping off, but they're typically still more resilient than what we've seen from a lot of the crypto mining facilities. And then the projected demand is 80 to 90% of the future demand growth is LELs. We're seeing such an influx of these data centers. We feel we have to have some ride-through capability. We're already exempting a lot of this already in these requirements. And they're going to have different ride-through characteristics. So we really know what the LELs are capable of doing. We know the solutions out there. So that's why we wanted to focus on the LELs. We could potentially come back with other ride-through requirements for other types of large loads, especially those driven by variable frequency drives that we've seen are also very sensitive to voltage, hydrogen electrolysis, other types of loads. But we really need to focus on the large electronic load right now. As far as the changing the exemption date, this is kind of a big one. We really are very reluctant and not unwilling to push this further out into the future. We are exempting a lot of loads. We're exempting everything that was approved by ERCOT when we filed this nogr. If we push this out into the future, we're just allowing more load to come on that cannot meet the ride-through requirements, making the reliability risk worse. We're already at this point where we may have to implement some system operating limits on some of this load that cannot ride through, which could potentially curtail load in real time. The more load we have that can't ride through, the worse that gets, the more we have to curtail in the future. We're not there yet, but as these loads ramp up, it's likely going to happen that we're going to have these system operating limits. So we cannot move this date out into the future. It just can't be done, and I think we're going to really resist that. And the last thing was applying the VRT requirements to 50% of the load just doesn't mitigate the risk either. We understand there could be some exemptions for cooling load. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit as well when we get to the second set of DCC comments. We also provided, we referenced a lot of our previous presentations, the workshop back in June, why we need the ride-through. This is not going to be only transmission market solutions alone are not going to fix this. We have to have some ride-through capability as well. But we do continue to examine those solutions, especially any kind of market solutions, ancillary services. We just haven't got there yet. All right, the next round of DCC comments came on March 12th. So this was a really helpful set of comments. They really focused on the technical limitations that the data centers have with the requirements as currently written. So to go to the basketball reference, I think we've got some layups in here, we've got some free throws, we've got some corner threes, we've got some half-court shots in here. And we're also running the full-court press on this one as well, because this is what we really needed from the developers. Like, what can you do? What can you not do? What can we live with? What can we change that would have minimal impact on the reliability risk or not make it worse? So there are 9 particular things that they addressed in these comments. The first was the consideration for mechanical and cooling load. We knew this was going to be an issue. I mean, we wrote the requirements based on the electronic portion of the load. We tried to make the low voltage ride-through curve acceptable for the cooling load to ride through as well. Historically, we haven't seen a lot of cooling load. We haven't seen that all tripping for these normal fault clearing events. So we tried to base that on, hey, what are normal protection schemes? What can this mechanical cooling load potentially ride through? The developers can't really tell us right now what their ride-through capability is for the cooling load. And it could be all over the board. Do you have VFDs? Is it chillers? There's just a large variety, and we don't have that data. But we can't just exempt the cooling load altogether. I mean, you've got a 1,000-megawatt facility. You've got 300 megawatts of cooling load in the middle of summer. That needs to ride through to the best of its ability as well. So we're not okay with just exempting the cooling load altogether. We can't just say only 70% of the load has to ride through. But what we could do, what we're looking at, is maybe exempting that deep voltage sag below 0.35 per unit at your service delivery point. So that'll be a very small area. So you might only have 1 or 2 facilities that are connected there, and only that cooling load could trip if that voltage gets really low. So we're looking at maybe allowing that exemption. There's a similar exemption that Southwest Power Pool, they put out their requirements in January, very similar to what ERCOT first proposed back in July. But they are kind of allowing a little bit of exemption, a little leeway there. And then maybe when we have some better data, we can come back and kind of nail down the cooling load on what that needs to be as far as the ride-through. The next is aligning the low-frequency ride-through with PRC 24. Even though the PRC 24 is for generation and is for large load, they're only asking that we change the low-frequency threshold from 57 hertz to 57.5. And I think this is going to be one of the layups. I don't think we have any issue with this. Frequency is this low. We're well below any of the UFLS triggers. AEP's comment suggested the same thing, so I think ERCOT's good with making this change. This one's more of a corner 3 to half court shot. The revised low VRT thresholds from, well, for one thing, we can't go to 20 milliseconds for the low voltage threshold. So this one, I'm going to go more of a half court shot on this one. We need this to be able to ride through a normal clearing protection scheme, which is going to be 100 milliseconds or so. We are at 150 milliseconds right now. We can't put this down to 20 milliseconds. It's just these loads are too large. There are too many that could trip off when they're still connected to the system. I mean, we're hearing 5,000 megawatts of these things. So we can't have all that trip off just because they have a fault close by if they stay connected. So we are potentially making a change. I think we had it at 0.2. We can increase that to 0.35, but the 20 milliseconds just isn't going to work. You can still reduce, but you have to come back. We can't just allow you to just trip off completely for this. Another layup, I think, is removing the positive sequence voltage from the VRT requirements. I think this was a suggestion from one of the TDSPs. We don't have this for IBR ride-through. The loads probably aren't even looking at positive sequence. They're only looking at phase to ground voltages anyway. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense to have it in here. Removing this does allow potentially more tripping for single line to ground faults if it's right there at the facility, but I think that risk is pretty low. You know, all of these facilities are going to have some kind of delta winding transformer, so the single line to ground faults shouldn't be that impactful. And I think that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen a lot of events with traditional data centers, because most of the faults are single line to ground faults, but we're really worried about those three-phase faults and the big events. All right, next. All right, this is another one of those corner threes, half-court shots. The overvoltage is a little tricky because the overvoltage is what can really cause damage in these facilities. So we understand their concern. We had between 1.1 and 1.2 per unit at 2 seconds in the latest round. The ITIC curve has this at 0.5 seconds. That's what the DCC comments are asking for. But they're also asking for a 2% tolerance going down to 1.08. So there are pieces of this and that we're having a hard time. I think we're still discussing this one a little bit. I think we're good to change the 2 seconds down to 1 second. But the problem is, again, if there's an event and you lose a lot of load and that fault clears, that voltage is going to have an overshoot. And then that voltage overshoots and it doesn't come back down very quickly enough, then you've got additional load that could be tripping as well. So we really need to kind of push them to really maximize what they can do for the overvoltage. I don't have the answer for this yet. I'm going to try to get it tomorrow, what our response is going to be. But this is going to be one of the more challenging ones. Another challenging one is this request for the short duration. So this one, sorry, get a little technical about this one. So their UPS work a couple different ways. There's a centralized UPS, and my understanding is the way the centralized UPS can work for those shallow voltage dips down, between like 0.7, 0.5, they can kind of work in a hybrid capacity where they continue consuming power from the grid. That's what we want. That's what ERCOT needs. That's what's best for the grid. But that's just one type of technology. The BES solutions and then the decentralized UPS, they have a hard time continue consuming from the grid. All of them are going to have issues with the very low voltage, so we allow that exemptions for the very low voltage, but it's really that 0.5 to 0.7 or 0.8 where it will cover a wide area where you can have potentially a lot of data centers and crypto facilities tripping off. So that's why we want them to continue consuming. But that's kind of limiting the technology as well. So we do have the allowance for the BESS. That basically the BES, the way that would work is the load would trip, and from the grid, you would likely see that active power go to zero very briefly before that BES starts charging, but it's very fast. So what Data Center Coalition is asking is kind of the same allowance for kind of this decentralized UPS. It's like, hey, we can't continue consuming, but we can come back in half a second. We're working on that one as well, and I'm trying to get a response. I think we're good to say, hey, we can do it. And the original proposal from Tesla was like 250 milliseconds. We pulled that out because we thought it was a little too prescriptive, but we might be putting that back in there if a lot more of these facilities are doing this, especially with this decentralized UPS. So this is another half-court shot that we got to work on here. We talked about the allowable overcurrent earlier. I think they're asking to move that from 125% to 150, and that allows the facility to ride through down to 0.7 per unit and just pull that extra current instead of switching over to UPS at all. So it actually helps their ride-through capability. We knew this was coming. We talked with this with DWG and SPWG. SPWG specifically, are there going to be issues with pulling 150% overcurrent? I don't think there's any issues at this level. All the protections, they're meant to take on these transients and not trip during these voltage transients, these current transients. So they're comfortable with 150%. So I think this is another layup that we can throw in there. All right. Sorry if I'm going on too long, but this is kind of the meat of it right here. The next thing, allowing the load transfer schemes for when you're counting voltage sag. So I'm sure most of you are aware of the Dominion events. That was the big trigger for those events. They had 5 reclosing attempts or 6 reclosing attempts, 5 or 6 voltage disturbances. They had facilities that counted 3 within 1 minute, and they completely switch over to their backup generation. Not even a UPS. They go all the way to their backup generation. We can't allow that. I don't think it's necessary. I think this is a distribution thing that's got brought up transmission. So we were trying to prohibit this type of scheme. DCC wants to have some allowance, though. A lot of them still want to have that capability, but it has to be coordinated with the reclosing schemes of the TDSP. So we're working with this. We were looking at possibly saying, okay, we can maybe allow some exemptions if you coordinate with your TDSP, we review it, we get written approval from ERCOT, but we're not quite sure about that. Legal wasn't too happy about allowing those exceptions like that. So now we're looking at maybe a minimum multiple fault ride through, like a SPP has one of these as well, where it's 6 voltage disturbances within 90 seconds. I also ran that by SPWG, and I think that might be a good starting point. It's a little bit, I got to use a different analogy here, throwing a dart on this a little bit until we can do a little more research. But we tried to do some of the survey analysis for IBRWG for nogr 245. But 6, I've never seen 6 reclosing attempts at ERCOT. Usually it's 2. It's the original fault and like 2 other recloses. So we feel pretty good about the 6 within the 90-second period, but the shot clock is running out. We don't have a lot of time to look at these, but I think this is something we can work with. And again, changing the exemption date to 11/14/2025 to 6/30. Again, by moving this out, not only are we exempting the loads that have been approved since November 14th, but if we move it in the future, we've got a lot more loads that are going to be really pushing to get approved so they could be exempt from the ride-through requirements. And that really goes against what we're trying to do here. And it's really going to impact system reliability. It's going to impact future curtailment of these loads as well. Again, we're trying to get this response together by tomorrow. That is the desire, so we can have a week before the Ross vote next week. Oh, a couple more slides. Sorry, I thought I was done. All right, we got some comments from Texas Blockchain Council and Shaper Energy Consultants. We discussed the first TBC comments at LOWG. Crypto facilities are going to have a hard time meeting the low voltage ride-through. They trip off below 0.7 per unit at 20 milliseconds. They don't have UPS. They're saying the BESS, UPS options are not economically viable for them. I don't have a good response for that, but we can't, it's 0.7 at 20 milliseconds. We can't have thousands of megawatts tripping off for that. We already are going to have that happen with the exempted loads. We can't continue to compound in the situation as well. They are exploring a potential pilot project with existing BES, that maybe that existing BESS could provide the right through for them. We don't know how that's going to work. The controls will be tricky. I'm sure there's some market implications. There is some rule changes that are going to be needed for that as well, but I haven't looked into that, but it's something they want to dig into. So we may look at that with them as well. And the last 2 comments I received last week are still under ERCOT review. They're not proposing any revisions, any technical requirements. They're more of, ERCOT needs to be looking at other transmission market solutions or concerns about the exemption date, which we've covered in other comments as well. A lot of this was covered in the response back to the original DCC comments. So I'm not sure where I'm probably not going to be able to respond to these before next week, but I'm not sure what the plan is on those just yet. Last one is the nprr 1308. Again, we really didn't get a lot of comments on this. We got the comments from DCC from the original comments that They expressed concern that even defining LEL puts them at risk from other, and we're kind of singling out those industries from others, but I think we've argued that we really have to do this. But there's no proposed revisions to the actual definition itself that have come through. And then our comments from the nogr reflect for the nprr as well. And we also didn't really get any comments or feedback from any other comments or working groups on the definition itself. So I think we're moving forward with that definition as it exists. All right. Questions?
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. First in the queue is Bill Barnes.
Thanks, Patrick. Appreciate the update on this. It's with a lot going on. It's kind of hard to follow everything, so I appreciate the update. I had a question. I think it was the second set of blockchain council comments on slide. It would have been like 11 or 10. Yeah, so the pilot project, I'm just thinking of Dan Woodfin's like bridge picture that he had at one point where we've got a multi-pronged approach to address these right-through risks, which is the compliance requirements that you guys are proposing here, but then he mentioned some type of like responsive up product or a new market product, and I think that's what it feels like that last bullet under the blockchain council comments are asking about, is whether we need more frequency up mitigation
Frequency
products
down, right?
or like an overshoot, how to solve an overshoot problem or a frequency problem. And so I just wonder if the ERCOT's still considering potentially adopting a new market product as well, in addition to these compliance requirements.
Yes, Luis and Nithika are looking into that. Their team's looking at that. They came to LLWG last week. They're working on it. There's definitely some potential there to help with a lot of it. It's not going to be a solve-all type solution. I think a lot of it's, and this is, I'm going to put on Patrick and not the ERCOT, this is something that we're probably going to need to help with the existing issue from the exempted loads right now. Because we're going to have some of these events with all these loads that are exempted. So we're probably going to need some kind of frequency down regulation to help with that. But to continue on with everything being exempt, we're talking about tens and 20,000 megawatts of this type of service we're going to need at all times to procure for these much potential very large events. So we're still looking at that. We're trying to come back pretty soon with something on that. This project is a little bit different because this wouldn't be a frequency response. This would be, hey, our crypto facility is going to contract with this existing BES to always be available to replace our load if we were to trip. So there would have to be controls that said, okay, this crypto facility is consuming 600 megawatts. This battery's on standby. If that 600 trips, you're replacing it with that 600 or charging immediately. So there's a control aspect that is going to be challenging. And then there's going to be, what happens if that battery is already charging to begin with, how that works. So I think we have a lot of questions. This is just something that they've put out there, that they're looking at this. They're looking for existing BES to kind of have this project with them. And we'll probably be meeting with them to kind of discuss some of these, how this would work in the near future.
Is there a proximity issue if they're separate facilities that has to be taken into account?
Yeah, I think that would be the control issue. Like, how are you going to? It
comes into account in the control.
Yeah, so I think it'd have to be close by. It's basically is how the BES solution is going to work in the co-located facility. It's just like, what happens if it's a couple buses away and it's this existing thing? So I don't know. That's kind of that's a lot for them to work out between each other to see how that's going to work and what kind of market rule implications that might have as well.
Chris Mattos.
Hi, Chris Mattos with Google. I just wanted to express support for DCC's second set of comments. We did really work hard to try and address the specificity that ERCOT requested. And contextually, Google worked very closely with SPP on their set of requirements to try and get it into a place that works. And so to the extent that we can generally converge and address the deep voltage SAG issues, I think this may, Patrick, help some of your dates issue as well, because the more agreement there is on some of these specific terms, the easier it becomes because it's a settings adjustment, the data center itself. The comments, ERCOT's proposal as drafted, and DCC's comments reflected some of this, the infrastructure changes at the data center would be consequential and significant in order to meet particularly the deep voltage SAG piece. And so it is our view that, about 90% can be met if we can do the 0.35. And from there, we think we've largely gotten to a place where we can do the address for now. And, our hope would be as we continue into the future, we can maybe more collaboratively work, between developers, data center operators, and grid operators on how to firm that up as part of a natural cycle of development. And again, I harp on the need for certain grid services because at the end of the day, this is a bigger large load loss issue than is really just conceptualized by VRT. And so we see ourselves as like extending our half of the bridge to really meet out at this. And so I'm hoping we can find a lot more compromise within that second set of DCC recommendations.
Thanks, Chris. Ned?
Thanks, Patrick, for coming and walking through this with us. This is one of these right-through issues are extremely technical, and even for the Technical Advisory Committee, and it's helpful to have the level set here. So I've got a question. It's actually on your comments about the exemption criteria date, and it almost doesn't have as much to do with large electronic loads as it does with the principle behind it and kind of what the precedent that we set when we start applying retroactive, threshold dates. And that's always been something we've really struggled and resisted against, right? As a principle, we like to have those on a go-forward basis. So when we saw the DCC comments, while I don't want to, get in the way if they say 6:30 is something they can live with. At the same time, that won't be approved by the Public Utility Commission at that point in time, even if the board endorses it on the June 1st, June 2nd board meeting. So that was something that we'd flagged as something that we'd like to see move even just out to wherever it's effective. And I recognize you've raised concerns. I was wondering, one, if you could put some characteristic on the overall size of the load that would be implicated by moving back, roughly from November 14th to call it June or maybe July. And then this is jumping ahead in the agenda a little bit, and I hate to put Bob Meyer on the spot, but I saw, Bob, in your slides, you've got some comments about, the constant turnover in the computing facilities plus the, UPS, to be determined UPS technologies. And so I wanted to think through whether there's a way to incorporate that into the fact that maybe there's some room to bring those concepts together where that the loads are going to evolve once they're energized, and there's an opportunity to improve and I hate to even use the term maximize because I know that's going to bring PTSD from nogr 245, and Eric might run up. Bob, yeah, Bob smacked me. But ways to try to use the fact that it's a developing technology and enhance reliability, enhance compliance, but at the same time be respectful of the fact that these won't actually be approved and in effect until after the commission looks at them.
Okay. So I think you were asking about the numbers, and I am trying to get that. I anticipated that question. I have been working with the large load integration team. Unfortunately, it's not so simple to figure out how much is exempted right now with those requirements because we track what's been approved from the LLIS, That's kind of easy, but to figure out what met the requirements of the 9.5 criteria of the notice to proceed and all that, I don't think all those dates have been tracked. So we're going to try to get those numbers, but just going off of what's been approved by large load integration, I think if you go back to the interconnection queue slides that we presented LGBG now, I think if you go back to November of last year, it was around 20 gigawatts, something like that. And that would all be exempted. Well, that portion that met the 9.5, all of that would be exempted. Plus, we also went through RPG that didn't go through LLI. A lot of that's already operational is exempted as well. Anything that's going to be operational this year will be exempted that didn't go through LLI, but won't go through RPG. So there is a considerate amount of this load that's going to be exempted. Now, just looking at the 9.4 criteria between November and now, I think there was about a difference of 3,600 megawatts of loads that's been approved since then. Now, that's just if we put it now. If we put it back at June or later, that's going to balloon up quite a bit. And our thinking is that, hey, we put these requirements out there. Everyone knew that these requirements were coming. I know they weren't official yet, but they weren't going to change a lot. But we were saying, hey, we're going to need you to be able to ride through to some capacity. Now, what we can do between the November 14th and now, we're not going to track, and we really wrote these in a way to take into account the facilities that have already procured their equipment. They're already being built. It's too late for them to go back and redesign for ride through. We really tried to take that into account, but we wanted to say, hey, now they're there. It's coming. Those facilities that may have just decided to go through business as usual and not look at those ride through requirements, it's tough for us to go back and say, oh, we want to exempt those as well. Or ones that procured equipment before they were even approved by ERCOT, things like that. But we're not going to go back and track every one of these facilities and say, when did you buy your equipment? We don't have the resources, the capability to do that. So I understand the point about the date and moving the date. It's going to be over my head, I can tell you that. But I can give you the reasoning as why we are strongly opposed to moving that forward, because we're already working with a pretty significant risk. Now, if we can figure out a way to maybe say, okay, what about this very low voltage? Like, I got a facility here that got approved. I mean, they got approved before November 14th, and they're exempt already, but they still might want to try to maximize their ride-through ability just to avoid any kind of curtailment or anything like that. We wanted to encourage that for sure. But also, if they got approved after November 14th, I think those might be the ones that we kind of have to look at. And I can't say I'm going to allow some exemptions for this and for that just yet. But we're aware of the situation, and we're trying to evaluate it as well.
Okay. I appreciate that voiceover. And I'm looking at the interconnection queue report. It looks like, the approved energized but not operational. Currently, that's about 3 gigs, but the planning study is approved, and I'm looking at 2030 is about 19.5 gigs. So it's somewhere in that range is probably what you're looking at.
That's already
kind of the brackets.
Yeah.
Okay. And
now you got to add the RPG stuff too, and we're still trying to calculate that all up right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think part of the experience from nogr 245 was that, even though you put the requirements out and everyone's on notice that there will be some requirements, manufacturers, they wait until the rules are final before they can start really planning to support it. And I'm not an expert in the large load ride-through equipment, so I'm putting this out there just generally as kind of a lesson learned there, is that having some runway on the back end for the OEMs to catch up is helpful.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the comments and the feedback. I look forward to hearing Bob's voiceover from his presentation, and I just wanted to at least voice the principled concern we have on the date. And Understood. Hear your thoughts about it. Thank you.
All right, we've got two more in the queue now, and then we probably need to wrap this up and move on with the agenda. So we've got Christy, and then Kevin. Christy?
Thanks, Martha. In one of the I'm piggybacking, by the way, on Bill Barnes's question about the potential for a new ancillary service to be developed. In one of the previous meetings, forgive me, I can't remember which one, ERCOT had mentioned that this new service may be teed up at the IBRWG meeting, where it will likely be unveiled and first discussed. And I'm just questioning whether or not that is the appropriate place for a new ancillary service to sort of be introduced and discussed. It seems more appropriate that the WMWG, in collaboration with maybe the OWG or another group that is more heavily attended by a wider swath of stakeholders, might be a better avenue to have the initial discussions on this rather than the IBRWG that really isn't attended by a lot of the folks that I think would care about this stuff.
Yeah, I think once we're ready to unveil a proposal, we'll make the full rounds. I think it'll go to, Ross, TAC, IBRWG, LOWG. I think it's going to be out there, so
Right.
It won't be just one particular group.
I agree with that. I think and I understand that, especially if it gets rolled into an ancillary service methodology as well, obviously. But I think my point is I don't know that the IBRWG is the appropriate first group that gets discussed, where it gets discussed. That's really the only.
Yeah, I didn't hear that it was going to be first discussed at IBRWG.
Okay.
I think Bob.
Hey, Christy, this is Bob Whitmire, chair of the group. I don't think we're potentially as far along as you may be thinking. I think right now it is still in could a battery located near a data center provide this service? I think we are a very long way from implementing or even designing such a service. I think right now it's primarily kind of an engineer scratching their head, is there a way to do this? So I think we're a ways away from that, but it would certainly need, a whole lot more attention before it became an ancillary service. But right now I think it's more just a concept that maybe this could work.
Kevin?
Yeah, just a concept here is that it might be beneficial to have again, one of the issues is the technology is changing over time, what chips are capable of doing. It might be beneficial for ERCOT consider looking at like a stoplight approach to the different technologies they're looking at for versions of chips and things like that. So people know ahead of time what would fall under, passing requirements, whatever final requirements look like from ERCOT. So as things evolve, because again, we're looking at 150 to 300 gigawatts potentially of new load. So if we could have things ahead of time saying, here's the shopping list when you're going out, have conversations with the different chip manufacturers and things like that, if your capability is baked into the equipment already, it'd be beneficial to consider so that way when you're having conversations with ERCOT in the future, it's a little bit faster. Just thought.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. I'm still kind of struggle to know what the actual chip technology has to do with the ride-through. I think it's more about the UPS designs, the BES solution, things like that. As far as a chip, that's more of like what kind of oscillations you might be seeing, what kind of power you're drawing. But, these requirements are written trying to be technology neutral, and what we're seeing from the grid side at certain voltage levels and frequency levels, what we're expecting that facility to do as an aggregate. Digging into each technology and writing requirements for each technology is not a direction we're looking at going. I think if that's what you were.
No, it's more, I think, since we get the ERCOT grid side of the house, possibly they can do some of that work there so that they can bring it back to you guys to say, yeah, here, we've looked at it, here's the answers.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're open to hearing any of that, having those conversations.
Okay, so queue's empty. Patrick, before we release you, if you could just go back to slide 2 one more time. We appreciate the update today. I know it was very detailed, but I think you've caught everybody up to speed on what's happened so far, and we can expect to see some ERCOT comments maybe as early as tomorrow if we're lucky.
I hope so.
And, again, ERCOT's going to be requesting a vote next week at Ross on the nogr and nprr. Then that would advance the nprr to PRS. I think the normal PRS April meeting might be a voting candidate for that, and that would land both of those here at the April TAC meeting on the 29th. So maybe next month, if you could just kind of get us caught up on what happens from today up to April 29th, that might be useful since we already have the longer history today. And just one last call to these dates for folks to be looking at to kind of wrap up any other commenting that people plan to do and just getting up to speed on the issues so that we can take a shot at voting this out next month. Are there any final questions for Patrick before we move on? Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Okay. We took up RPG in the middle of it, but that sort of wrapped up our TAC priority items. Martha's going to check something really quick, but we are hoping to start to take some votes at April PRS, and then, get a bunch of stuff to TAC at April and May TACs. We have a bunch of extra PRS meetings, Ross meetings, and TAC meetings scheduled starting mid-April. So pay attention to those. Go to Ross, go to PRS starting next week. Or you can't complain.
Yeah, the other one's DRS if you want to talk about that one.
I won't talk about it, but I'll say the word. So I think we're kind of loosely targeting voting on the load ride through and DRS at April TAC so that we can target batch load at the May TACs. Okay.
Yeah, be ready to vote in April or spend the night in May is what I hear out of that, right?
We can't force a vote, but at least have something to say, right? If you're going to have different language or a position, be telegraphing that to the group and file comments and all of that. Okay, so we are back to regular agenda. Large Load Working Group report.
All right, I have 15 minutes on the agenda. Let's see how I do. I'm going to tell you after symposium this week on large loads, batch loads yesterday. I'm sick of talking about large loads. But getting on with it. So we met March 13th, which was a couple of workshops ago. A.G. Springer brought out the the large load interconnection queue, which I'm going to show in just a second. We got a good presentation on timelines for data center build out, which goes right into Ned's conversation earlier. We had a discussion of nogr 282, which you've pretty well gotten already. Mark Henry gave an update on from TRE on NERC activity, and that's going to become kind of a standard update. We talked about CLR and bring your own generation. We talked about it a whole lot more yesterday. We had a review of the LEL frequency limit study. Talked about PIGR 144, which is a modeling one, as well as a draft update to DWG. So, large load interconnection queue. Very first thing I need to point out, 238 gigawatts here. See this big red note at the bottom? That does not include another 137 gigawatts. So, your real number is up here around 370 gigawatts. And everyone who believes that should be buying bridges. However, the reality is any project that gets approved is a real project because somebody will buy the thing. So that is kind of the reality of where we are. I thought this was a really good slide that Crusoe put together. This is the development time it takes to build a data center after you get ERCOT approval. And this is fairly optimistic. So it's an 18-month build-out, right, from the time ERCOT said yes over here until they could come online. Many of them are longer than that. But when you hear all of the griping about needing to be in batch zero, all the complaining about nogr 282, a new one that's going to come up regarding oscillations of load, the reason people are having such a hard time with that is they got ERCOT approval back here. The criteria is changing in this time frame, and they've already built. They've selected their GPUs. They built their substations. They procured the equipment. And then we're kind of saying, oh, wait, stop, we need to restudy, and that's also the reason we need the batch process. But this is the real challenge the market is facing. Now, the reliability factor, the reliability issues are real as well, but this is what's driving an awful lot of these conversations. All right, this slide I thought was really helpful. This shows the voltage ride-through expectations, depending on what's going on coming out of nogr 282. I thought this was one of the most informative and educational slides I had seen from ERCOT in a while, so I really thought this was worth everybody at least being aware that this is out there available, and for me at least, it was fairly easy to understand. All right. I'm not going to cover this a whole lot. We talked about it extensively at the batch process yesterday. This is something that the loads were really looking for, was including CLR as a potentially feasible way to get into an earlier batch study. How to deal with behind-the-meter generation, dispatchable behind-the-meter generation, and then how to deal with self-limiting facilities. So that was talked about briefly. It's talked about a whole lot more yesterday at the batch workshop. Okay, so back also to, I think, something Ned said before. Modeling challenges for these large loads. The reality is developers build out these sites. It's generally not the big name data centers that you hear about. It's smaller developers. They don't really know, and they don't really care what is being built behind their site. Today, everybody is chasing after the AI data centers because they have all the money. A couple of years ago, it was crypto. 5 years from now, is it hydrogen? Is it ammonia? Is it something completely different? But the problem with a lot of this stuff is they don't know early on in the process until they start buying equipment. And remember, back here, ERCOT approval was back here. Energization is here. They're buying equipment after they get ERCOT approval, sometimes by significant times. There we go. All right. Then the other thing is, for these large electronic loads, the equipment changes faster than your laptop. ERCOT processes take years to do. If you have to have transmission built, you're looking at 6 years, right? Anybody want to tell me the features of an iPhone 23 today? And by the way, we need you to attest to it, or we're going to have to restudy you. That's a fundamental problem with what's going on right now. Now, there is a reliability aspect. We have to find a way to do the modeling closer to when the loads are really coming online. Next meeting is April 24th. I expect we're going to be talking about Figure 144 some more. And we do have a vendor coming in to show how they can meet nogr 282 with a data center. So with that, I am ahead of schedule, so we have time for some questions if we have any.
Bharat, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, more of a comment. I think on that slide that I presented, Bob showed the timelines. I just wanted to kind of emphasize again the the certainty aspect of getting ERCOT's approval, right, at t is equal to 0. I mean, think about, to put this in context, for if we are actually getting an approval today, we are looking at Q4 27 or Q1 of 28 if we take the regressive timelines to energize this timeline. So now, given that batch figure 145 states that we need to wait until July 10th to know certain things, means that we are looking at Q3 or Q4 of 28 already from there on. So just wanted to emphasize how important it is for the current figure 115 approval process to be a really important tool for these short-term energization 27-28 loads. So.
All right, thank you. I tried to cover that, but yeah, definitely.
Can you go to slide 7?
Slide 7.
There's like some creative capitalization here. Computer equipment and computers.
Hey, I'm an engineer. Leave me alone.
We do like the font. I really like the font. I just didn't know if that was, specific, defined computer equipment.
All right.
All right. Sorry, Bob. Have to keep myself entertained.
All right. With that, I'm still giving you back 6 minutes and 36 seconds.
And Bob, you have to be at Ross to help them with the first vote on 282, please.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry for giving you a hard time, Bob. We appreciate all the work you guys are doing over there. It's a lot. Now, with that, we are moving to the Ross report. Sandeep?
Yep, I'm here. And this should be fairly quick. We had a good Ross meeting. We had one voting item for y'all, NPRR 1307, the definition of mitigation plan. It follows the approval of, I think, 281 that was in the previous TAC meeting. In Ross actions, we discussed the in-kind definition that received some discussion, so it was referred to DWG, PLWG. Some administrative type changes, Figure 143 being one of them. Figure 144 will need a lot more discussion both at LLWG and, as mentioned here, at DWG and PLWG. We received a vice chair for the OTDWG, Mike Flores, so that was approved as well as part of the March Ross. And the last item here is the TAC assignment on the EPA regulations was updated, so we have one less action item to carry for the rest of the year. Beyond this, we just have, I think, a list of all the outstanding nogrs and piggers. I won't walk through them individually, but looking forward to some more discussions at the Ross. You all already heard about the request about nogr 282, and so I won't repeat it, but that's the plan, and the intent is to put that to vote and hope it goes through smoothly. A lot of good work was done on that, and good review of all the issues and all the comments and how they've been addressed so far.
Yeah, and I won't tell Bob Whitmire what to do, but I think Ross can coordinate. The discussion we had in planning TAC was not just the nogr, but the NPRR 1308. I think you would attempt to vote through at the same time, and I think more of the NPRR discussion has happened at LLWG, but the NPRR has been referred to Ross, so if we could do a little bit of coordination there, I think that would put us in good shape.
Got that. And if we step down to the next slide, one quick thing. Yep, here's just a reminder of all the Rosses that are scheduled for rest of April. One small change, we had a WebEx only plan for April 2nd that has been changed to more to accommodate these discussions, and so have a hybrid setup. 14th and 23rd will be focused on Figure 145, kind of carry forward what the workshops couldn't finish, but I'm positive or optimistic at least that we'll get to a good point by the time the workshops are over, and these will be used to more finalize some sticking points. Just being optimistic there. That's all from me on the ROS update.
Okay, thanks. And so there's the extra meetings for ROS. We have extra meetings for TAC, and the change from WebEx only to not reminded me. I've discussed with Ann. I think we can commit to, sending out notices to TAC, PRS, and the subcommittees if we change meetings, because we keep kind of saying, that this isn't firm yet. So if things change to WebEx only, or we decide we don't need a meeting, we'll try to send it out to TAC and subcommittee listservs. You're welcome. Okay, are we up to Blake, WMS report?
Blake Holt with WMS here. Wanted to start off and highlight the disposition of some NPRRs that were on our table. We sent NPR 1320 to SAWG for them to take a look at. Additionally, we had 4 NPRRs that we endorsed. I believe TAC approved or will approve 1275 perhaps later in the meeting. We did have a few different items that we assigned out as well. Number one, the list of the RTCB task force list of outstanding issues. We created some draft action items and sent to WMWG and CMWG to review. I anticipate that they'll get back to us at our next meeting with any modifications they have to those. Additionally, we had a request for ERCOT to do a deeper dive on a February 13th GTC software issue that we received notice about in a market notice. I believe the March 16th CMWG took this up, so we'll hear a report back on that. And then we already discussed the non-spin deployment and recall procedure earlier in the meeting, so we can move to the next slide. We had 2 in-depth discussions at our March 4th meeting, the first of which was NPR 1296. This is the residential demand response NPRR from ERCOT. This residential demand response isn't instructed by ERCOT, so they have no way to capture it in their reliability deployment price adder logic. So they've presented some analysis of a proxy value when they could deploy, or a proxy time period when they could potentially account for this logic, and gave us a pretty in-depth analysis on how that might work. They recommended a 2-year pooling option, and I would actually have to go back and look at the deck to explain what that exactly is, but it was pretty complex. Some stakeholders expressed support for that proposal. Some also highlighted the complexity in the analysis. We also heard some feedback from stakeholders that to move away from residential demand response and to move towards ADER instead. The IMM presented some comments that they filed that suggested rejection of NPR 1296, citing the price suppression concerns and immaterial DR incentives. So we had a wide range of conversation about this one, and maybe Diana can hold me accountable here, and also Harika. I believe we heard some comments from PUC staff at the March 11th PRS, which occurred after this conversation, that actually recommended a pause on review of this NPRR pending a study that's coming up. So wide range of conversation around this one, but don't see anything moving forward anytime soon. And to add on to that, ERCOT would have to produce additional language that would implement the RDPA logic. So this one is kind of in a standstill at this time. And one more NPRR to discuss, NPRR 1315. ERCOT has stated they'd like to move this one forward on a pretty quick timeline, seeking a June board. When we discussed this at our March 4th meeting, WMS expressed discomfort at moving forward with a vote at that time, and actually we had some requests for a dedicated workshop, which has been scheduled for March 27th. We do have some ERCOT operations staff to just go over basically their board presentation and give stakeholders a chance to ask questions with some support, TSP support as well. Some topics that I expect that we'll discuss at the workshop are the load forecast that would be considered in the RFP, mitigation concerns, price formation concerns, and cost allocation concerns were all raised as issues for discussion at the workshop. And with that, we will have our next regularly scheduled WMS meeting on April 1st, where we will seek to come to a vote on 1315 in order to try to meet ERCOT's timeline. And I will say that one last point on 1315, ERCOT has produced a set of draft NPRRs that would implement price formation and mitigation logic to handle some of the concerns that have been raised by stakeholders, but wanted to highlight that this is a bifurcated approach, and these two efforts will be traveling on different timelines. The RFP for 1315, and then the price formation and mitigation would come at a later timeline if approved. That was a lot, but happy to unpack any of the conversation if folks have questions on 1315.
Any questions or comments on 1315? We have a workshop on Friday.
That may be it for me. No
Okay.
questions.
I'll go to the queue. Is Bill Barnes allowed to hold votes for his entire segment? Yes?
I mean, it's Bill's world.
It's Bill's
all just
world.
living in it. As long as Susie gets all the appropriate paperwork on the back end, as long as Susie's happy, we can all be happy.
I don't have a good basketball reference, but
NBA Jam scoring is what we got going on there.
that's, Don't leave the room again, Bill. All right, CFSG report. We do have one voting item.
Yes, good afternoon.
Can you hear what it is first, Brian? Can the voting item be presented to you?
Okay, so the CFSG met on March 13th. Voting matters were on NPRRs. We had several of them this month, and then approval of the minutes, and then reviewed the regular credit exposure updates. And next slide. The NPRRs, most were deemed operational and approved. However, NPRR 1292 is a granular product type for CRR time of use. Currently, CRRs are traded as weekday, weekend, peak, and off-peak, with no opportunity to further shape hedges. The more granular CRR time of use blocks will divide weekday, weekend, peak between solar and non-solar hours, which provide a more targeted hedging product. The CFSG determined this did not change the calculation methodology. However, it could impact the future credit exposure depending on the portfolio held by CRR account holders. So it does have that credit impact, but overall it was approved at the CFSG. Okay, and the next slide. Monthly highlights. The market-wide average total potential exposure decreased to 2.01 billion from 2.27 in January. The forward adjustment factors on average decreased during the month. The average discretionary collateral decreased from 5.66 billion in January to 5.45 billion in February, and there were no unusual collateral calls this month. Okay, so on to the available credit by type compared to total potential exposure. So how is total potential exposure being met? You'll see again, January kind of jumps off the chart because of the winter storm that we had. February, the collateral moved back down to kind of within the normal range with the same split, mostly met with letters of credit. All right, next slide. Again, the discretionary collateral from January to February, we do see the kind of bump in the middle from the winter storm activity, but everything has returned back to normal levels. And the next slide. The issuer credit limits, this is where they are today. Everybody is under the threshold, as opposed to how we reported last month. So we have a couple that are close and highlighted in yellow there, but most everyone is at kind of the normal level here. Okay, next slide. That's all I've got. Any questions?
Any questions?
And then we do have the ones.
Go ahead.
And then we do have the one voting item.
Yep. So the membership edition of Will from OPUC. Brian said we can put this on the combo ballot. It's a combo ballot. All right. RTC plus, thank you, Jet. RTC plus B, the task force report.
So that's going to be me. I'm throwing a curveball and I'm going to pinch hit.
Board.
He's unavailable, unfortunately. So
okay.
Substitution.
All right. Okay. So, and I understand David Key has talked to Gord about this, but per the last meeting, the idea was to farm out the different items that were in the queue. That has been done. All the different items that were discussed at the last TAC have been assigned to their various working groups for their evaluation. And so at this point, the task force believes that it has completed its work and that ultimately they feel that with no additional work to go, that the task force can be formally sunsetted at this point. So that's it. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Just a real quick question. On those assignments from the RTC plus B, are we going to carry those on the TAC assignment sheet, or are they just going to be assigned out? I don't care either way. I was just asking.
They're not TAC action items. They're just going to go over to WMS, I think, right?
Yeah, Bob. WMS has created action items and sent those to the working groups. So I think they're all captured. Is that your concern, or?
No, I didn't have a concern. I just wanted to know. Since it was a TAC workshop, I wasn't sure if they were going to go on ours and then signed out, or if they were just going. But that's fine.
They're going to WMS because
that's fine with me.
Market is just RTC now. Well, but I think there was an ask. I can confirm with Gord. We had asked to sort of make sure we were keeping track of all the things we said we would do after some time or after some amount of data for stakeholder requests and commission and commission staff requests. And I think that's something we can check in on periodically here, right? But they have a spreadsheet, I think, of what's going to where at WMS.
Yeah, and I tried to draft them to make them time bound with some sort of exit strategy. So I anticipate that line of sight on when they'll be done.
Okay. Are you going to be discussing that at next week WMS, or nothing to discuss?
I believe we'll hear back from WMWG on their discussion that they had, I think, yesterday. CMWG will not have their discussion about the action items until next month, so potentially a month delay.
And those are the two groups that most things are going to?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, Keith? So we will take a vote on sunsetting of RTCB-TF. Can we put that on the combo ballot? Okay, let's put it on the combo ballot. Right, we're on to ERCOT reports. We have a board stakeholder engagement update from Rebecca.
Yeah, we don't really have much of an update. We will continue the company engagements at the April board meeting and then targeting June and September board for the topic-specific discussions at the board meeting.
Can we, June, where all the priority items are due? Can I ask some larger power to reconsider that?
Yeah.
Chad, if you're listening. Well, we just have a number of board priorities to get through in June, so I think, can I say you two? Martha and I would prefer we do the education sessions starting in September again, maybe.
Okay, we can take that back.
Okay. It might, you know, I think it would.
Bob never asked me to do that, but no, I'm joking.
Bob would ask Chad. He might not ask you, but he would call for somebody to be listening. I think it'll take a considerable amount of board time to get through batch load and all the other things too, because we won't have anything to April board. Okay, thank you, Anne. Do you know what the topic will be?
No.
Are you taking recommendations on the topic? Okay. Okay, send your recommendations of topics to Anne and let her know that September would be better than June. Okay, where are we now? We did RPG projects, ADR update with Ryan King. Ryan, you can have as many minutes as you want.
Well, I will try and keep this inside the shot clock, provided I'm not fouled, or to use a hockey reference, unless there's any high sticking. So last month I came to the TAC group requesting increases to the limits to participation for the ADR pilot. Also at that time, I kind of noted that we're sort of outgrowing the limits of the pilot, and if we want to move to, I guess, from JV to top tier, we really need to work through some fundamental issues that are preventing the pilot from really moving to a more sustainable market design, permanent part of our market design. And so those are questions around modeling, registration, dispatch, accounting for the different features of the ADRs, especially if they start to grow heterogeneous. I think we can maintain the technology agnostic philosophy, but still accounting for the unique features. So we don't need to necessarily have uniformity to meet the requirements for technology agnostic approaches. So what I'm really requesting is we need some time to really engage with stakeholders, to iterate, to bring forward proposals, and that doesn't really lend itself to an update to TAC or an update to WMS. So one of the things that I wanted to express here and hoping to have some further discussion at WMS is that if we can find, either utilize or develop a forum that will allow us the time and the ability to have monthly meetings, to engage with stakeholders, to have some iteration, I think that will go a long way to help us move from pilot to protocol. And so I wanted to express that, certainly welcome any direction or guidance that TAC could provide, whether it's referred somewhere else, but that's really just the purpose of the request today.
Thank you, Ryan. Is there any initial feedback on what the venue for the next ongoing discussion should look like? Ned?
Sorry, Ryan, this is awkward to pull the microphone and look behind. What's the timing that you're looking to stand those up?
Well, ideally, we'd like to, we have an idea that if we could get some kind of a draft protocol by Q4 of this year, that would be what we're looking to do. But in order to do that, the dispatch is but one particular item, and we just need, monthly meetings from basically April ongoing, where we can have these discussions and start to move these policies forward. So we'd like to start this as soon as we can, but I guess it depends on the guidance. We mentioned the idea of potentially a task force. If that's sort of too many calories to burn for the purpose of this, we're also happy to kind of utilize a form, but we want to get that direction and also make sure that the interested parties are aware of this. I know we have a lot of discussion with some particular stakeholders that are involved in the pilot. There are also a number of DSP issues that we also need to work through. So we also want to make sure that we're covering things holistically.
Okay. Well, so one of the reasons I ask is there's a lot that we have between now and June, obviously. We've talked about it a bit today. So if it was like a next month or May, thinking about how to thread that needle. But the other is, when the ADR pilot came to the stakeholder process, I think part of the intent was to have the broader stakeholder input on how that develops. And so that, just thinking off the cuff, by the way, is having it in a stakeholder body, you're probably going to get more holistic feedback than just in a standalone task force where, it's only a small segment, and then you still have to come back and get everyone up to speed on it. So that, I don't know if that's helpful or not, but.
Certainly, I think that helps on the representative side. But just given how full the agendas are at WMS, I don't think I would be welcome back if I extend this meeting to about 6:30, which is kind of what
right. So it might be a working group that, or maybe reports up to WMS. Might be.
Like I said, that's fine. We're just kind of looking for the guidance with what stakeholders think is the best venue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Blake?
Yeah, Blake Holt speaking for WMS. I agree a lot with Ned's point of view there. I think you're going to get more engagement in a working group, and would prefer to use the working groups that we currently have, and would be looking to WMS for guidance there as to which one would be the most appropriate. But I think we have, pretty capable groups that can handle that. But that's my recommendation. Right? Happy to take it up at next meeting.
Martha?
Thank you. I just wanted to pile on to the comments that Ned and Blake have made. I think it'd be better to use an existing working group if possible. Also have similar concerns to Ned with kicking this off in April. I mean, people are swamped with other stuff that's on a very short fuse now. So to the extent this could be initiated more in the June timeframe, that could be helpful. And then, putting on an Oncor hat here, you mentioned DSPs, and we've obviously been one of the DSPs that has been heavily involved in the pilot. I would just say we are just now starting to see concentrations on our system that are giving us enough data to analyze about impacts to the distribution system, and really that's only happened within the last couple months. So I'm not opposed to starting to think about protocols, but we really haven't actually completed some of the charge that we were given under the pilot. And I think Oncor at least is probably going to need another 6 months to evaluate what these concentrated aiders are doing on our distribution system. Maybe there's some information we can bring to the working group or whatever venue is ultimately decided. But I think that's a big piece that's still missing that, the pilot really hasn't been able to address yet. So the more information we can gather there, I think will be helpful in informing the protocols and guides that need to be ultimately created. Thanks.
Brian?
+1 for the comments that have already been made. Let's send it to DSWG or wherever Blake wants to send it.
Well, we can't do that. But Bill?
Same comments.
Okay. Yeah, and I've been talking to Blake a little bit offline. I have, as it turns out, really strong feelings about WMS working groups. But I agree that we should use existing working groups, and if scopes need to be changed, then I think let's change them. And if we need to consider, is this person got into leadership, but do they really want to do what this scope is? I think we need to take a look at that. I think we're having a tendency to just send everything to WMWG. And so I particularly kind of want to look at what's going to SAWG, what's going to WMWG, and what's going to DSWG. But I happen to think this is a good fit for DSWG because it's a demand side solution. Okay. Anything else for Ryan? Do you have what you need from us? I guess we'll.
Yes, I think so.
WMS
So we'll plan to have some further discussion, but I appreciate the time to discuss this. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Block calendar says me, but I think that's Ann.
Yeah, we have the block calendar out there if you guys want to take a look at it. I would draw your attention to January, February, and November. How we had it, if we go with our regular cadence, PRS meets exactly a week before TAC on those. So we shifted PRS to a Tuesday in January, February, and November, I believe. It's hard for us to turn around PRS materials, to TAC.
So the other months, it's 2 weeks in between PRS and TAC?
Yeah, okay. So this will give us like a day extra. And then we had to shift RMS to a Monday in January and November because of that. So just take a look at it. If you guys have any input, this is not set in stone yet.
Okay. Thinking about next year already. Okay. Action items list. No updates today. Ned. What's up, Ned? Nothing. Okay.
I saw a holiday and thought it was a meeting day.
That's the day you meet with your family.
All right. Okay. Anything else before we get to the combo ballot? Bill.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the combo ballot. Is that okay?
No.
Since I have
March
all the power.
Madness term.
Well, yeah.
Who's making the motion? I guess. Which one of your four?
You have to be surprised. Since I will be executing a very rare 4-point play during the voting, I think it's appropriate.
Does Corey get to pick who made the motion?
Can he make a motion and second it?
I guess he's come off the bench for 3 people.
Okay. Would you like me to get a real second, Corey? Okay. Can I get a second? Ned. Corey's always amused by us.
And just reminder, I know it's been a long day. If anyone needs to pull something from this combo ballot to abstain or vote no, be great to do it now. Otherwise, your abstention or no will reflect across everything on this combo ballot, and you'll have to answer to the board as to why you opposed everything. All right, cool.
That's a Brian Sam's legacy move.
All right. Then on our motion to approve the combo ballot, we will start up with the consumers with Mark Dreyfus. Thanks, sir. Mark for Nick. Yes, thank you. Mike Reed.
Yes.
Thank you. Brett for Garrett.
Yes.
Thank you. Beth.
Yes.
Thank you. Will.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. On to our co-ops. Blake.
Yes.
Thank you. Kyle.
Yes.
Thank you. Mike Wise.
Yes, thank you.
Lucas for John.
Yes. Thank you.
On to our independent generators. Ned.
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Brian.
Yes, thank you.
Bob.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Caitlin.
Anne's trying to get me to abstain. She said, when the board asks why, I say, because I wanted to annoy Corey. So,
I think that goes without saying. I mean, I don't think they need to, that's repetitive.
yes, yes.
Thank you. On to our IPMs. Ian.
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Shane for Reshmi.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then Shane for Seth.
Yes, sir, again.
Thank you. And Amanda? Online, perhaps? Or did we lose her? Oh, thank you. On to our IREPs. Bill, I think we've only got you confirmed for a 3-pointer. We're still waiting on the...
I think it just came in.
We got it? Okay, cool. Yeah. Top players, got to get your NIL agreements in place. We can't just give you the money. We've got to know that you've got
That's
all
true.
the paperwork done. So
Got to be NCAA approved.
Yep. So we've got authorization. Bill, you are the IREP. How would you like to vote?
Yes, yes, yes. And yes.
Yeah, you ought to abstain.
Tempted, but yes.
You ought to abstain for one of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Let them go explain.
All right, on to our IOUs. Martha?
Yes.
Thank you. Ebby?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes.
Thank you. Rob for Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. On to our munis. Diana's for David now?
Yes.
Thank you. Alicia?
Yes.
Thank you. Jose?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And Curtis?
Yes.
Thank you all. Motion carries unanimously.
It's a slam dunk at the buzzer.
Yay. Okay.
In overtime, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like double overtime is what it feels like.
What's up, Blake?
Blake Holt, LCRA. Did we discuss action items, or did I just miss it?
We're done.
We're done.
We
Okay.
we
If I have
didn't
an action
discuss
item-
them. Do you have an action item?
I do have an action item. Maybe it'll only take 30 seconds to review.
Can you say it and then email it to Martha? Because I feel like nobody wants to put anything on a screen.
Yeah, this has to do with some discussion we had about the DOE 202C order last
Yeah,
meeting.
and we did get a heads up from you on
worked-
this, so that's my fault.
Had worked collaboratively with Keith over the interim, and Keith presented some language that I think would work well. ERCOT and stakeholders will work collaboratively to improve processes to enhance transparency and pricing during a request for, receipt of, and use of DOE 202C authority. I think that would be a great action item for WMS to take on and work with ERCOT on rules for that, or how that might work. Are all in agreement there? Does that sound like a good thing?
Yeah.
Sounds good. We'll take that on at our next meeting.
We had one more for WMS that I believe Keith wrote, but we never put up here because 1315, it's not going to start and end there. So I wanted something about price formation generally. I believe you wrote one, but we just never got it. And I said I didn't like it or something. Is that what happened? Okay. So we're waiting. We'll bring that one to Martha, and the champion for that one is Seth because he's not here, and because I already told him he was. But okay, is that? And you were in that conversation too, Blake. I think.
Correct. I don't remember if that one was mature yet, but this one I thought was. So.
Okay, that one's perfect.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Can we add our champion?
Do you need a champion, Martha?
Yeah, we need a person for everything.
You can put my name on it.
Okay. Okay, and I'll follow up with Keith on I think my point is just whatever price formation issues, I don't want to say like we're done with it after 1315. And you can put my name on it if we can't put Seth's name on it. Okay. Okay, any other business? All right, we can adjourn. Go to Ross next week and WMS.